It's been a long time since you sat down for one of these.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
What have you been up to?
Wow, everything, a lot. Most people go through their things, very privately.
You took it on tour.
Live every night. It was so healing. I'm fucking Jay-Z. Respectfully.
Word.
Like, for what? To what end?
How would you rate your 2025? Like, looking back on the last year?
It was hard. Really hard. I was like heartbroken.
Really?
Yeah. I'm glad we got right to that, so we could just get that out the way.
Okay.
Like, I was really heartbroken by like everything that occurred.
Mm-hmm.
With all like, we in the space now where it's just like, almost like consequence is not thought about enough. So everything is so instant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like that whole Busby.
The civil lawsuit that was dropped, dismissed.
That shit took a lot out of me. I was angry. I haven't been that angry in a long time. Uncontrollable anger. Like, you don't put that on someone. Like, that's the thing that you better be super sure. It used to be like that. Like, you have to be super sure before you put those kind of things on a person.
Mm-hmm.
Especially a person like me. Like, even when we were doing the worst things, we were doing bad, we had those kind of rules. There was a line, no women, no kids. You hear those sayings, but those are things that I took from the street. Morals, integrity,
Code.
Those things I took because we lived and died by that. So it's strict for me. Like, it meant a lot to me. I took that really hard. And I knew that we was gonna walk through that.
Mm-hmm.
We was gonna walk through that. Because, first of all, it's not true. And the truth is, at the end of the day, it still reigns supreme.
When you're feeling these feelings, how do you then bounce back and get back to being Jay-Z?
I don't know. This is the first thing I'm doing.
Yeah.
Actually, it was just like, all right, man, we played enough defense. 2026 is all offense.
Is it now?
Hi.
What's up, Abby?
Not feeling too hot today, but I'm a push through. Oh.
Yeah.
Hi, John. Hi, Unc. Hi, those lurking in the back.
What's up, Michael?
Michael Pan. We were looking for you on Tuesday, Michael.
No worries.
You know about the China-Taiwan thing? Remember?
Yeah. Well, it's not going anywhere. We can talk about it next time.
Yeah, next Tuesday. So he's supposed to be talking about capitalism. What happened, you guys, is we were supposed to be playing that Bree video, and it was actually called Black Capitalists versus Black Communists. A debate
Okay.
with the Black Capitalists versus Black Communists, yeah.
Yeah.
But Michael called me and was like, hey, you know the debate, isn't it actually on here? Because we were supposed to blind react to it. So I never really looked it up because I wanted to do that with you guys. But apparently, well, you tell him, Michael. I don't really understand the.
Well, I wasn't sure what you'd wanted to talk about, and so I hadn't gotten around to watching that video from Brianna Joy Gray's Bad Faith podcast. But when you let me know this afternoon that that's what you wanted to cover, I was like, okay. So I went and checked it out, and I unfortunately found out that I guess because YouTube has to play their dumbass copyright games, they shared the debate. Well, I'm guessing what happened is Bree shared the debate. They did their stream, and they watched the debate, and they made their commentary. And then after the stream, she probably got a copyright strike, telling her if she clipped that part out that she was allowed. And then so what seems like she did for video editing was to put up for each moment that because they talked about in the stream, is it okay, here's the debate, and then they cut to a black screen with some words that says YouTube blocked this, you can watch the rest of the debate on my Patreon though. And I'm like, so I don't know if it's YouTube blocking it or Bree, whatever, so that she can get people on. I'm not going to pay for Patreon for one episode, right? I don't even have money to pay for anyone's Patreon, so I'm not going to do that. So
I was just about to ask Patreon. You have to pay them.
it's like a monthly subscription that a lot of podcasters are asking for people to. Since YouTube takes a lot of money with super chats, instead of encouraging super chats, what people often do is sign up on my Patreon page and support me. And then Patreon takes like a 12% cut of what people give, or but it's like a monthly or maybe like a yearly thing that people just pay, and it's like a subscription,
YouTube, like this, you're already making money on the commercials. So then you're gonna take people's bottom line too. Like, how greedy do you need to be?
So I'm saying we actually need to try and come up with a business plan. I was saying for a business model, come up with some kind of an alternative to these PayPal, Patreon, YouTube ways of monetizing our content. Because when we think monetize our content, we think in the way that the platforms are insisting that we do. When I'm thinking monetize our content, I'm thinking we come up with a donation platform, and we don't really charge fees, like a 12% fee on every customer or whatever of our donation platform, whatever. That's how they do it, right? They basically they say we deserve an interest fee, so we'll charge interest on your transactions. So what I'm saying is we do it like a donation style, whatever, crowdfunding. So you crowdfund our business annually instead of having shareholders.
They take money from that too.
And then, but I'm saying we set up our own infrastructure to crowdfund our own business so that we don't have shareholders. And then we, instead of having to charge 12% for Patreon a month for your subscribers, we charge 0%, right? That's kind of how it works. I'm saying it's a proto idea. I want people to think about it and work on it, right? I can't do a business thing like that by myself. I'm not a freaking entrepreneur capitalist. But we have to come up with a real material kind of means of competing with them, as opposed to just ideological, theoretical competition. You know?
I even noticed on Facebook they have like subscribers, so you pay like a monthly fee to subscribe to their pay something. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway, you want to get back to this video?
Yeah.
Rondo's here. Peace, 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 fam.
What's up, John, Rondo, Jacqueline? Good to see you guys.
Oh, Jacqueline. Hi, Jacqueline.
Extra Bulla.
John says, imagine paying for 10 Netflix accounts. We all go broke paying Patreon. I've never been on Patreon, so I don't know.
Because
how it
Patreon,
works.
like, substitute Netflix for Patreon is what he's saying, because that's what people are, that's kind of what happens when us individual content creators, podcasters, we ask people to subscribe to our Netflix account, our individual little Patreon account, and then so does their other favorite podcaster, and then you have to.
Doesn't Substack do that too?
Exactly. That's where the whole
Jeez.
exodus from YouTube, so that we can all pay for different subscriptions for every, instead of paying your newspaper subscription, pay your Substack subscription. What at the end of the day I feel like we have is like a feudalist system of patronage. Is that going over everyone's head with a Patreon? It's like explicitly in the name. You know what I mean?
Well, Jacqueline says, typical. Asking a very, very rich man if capitalism is the best system. Of course, Jay-Z is going to defend capitalism. He benefits from it, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I never watched this, so I don't know what he says, but
Yeah.
I can imagine that's what he says.
I mean, we can skip a little bit of doing the actual interview, and then, because this is where I got that from. He says he's not going to apologize for being a billionaire. It says, here's the interview. So I clicked that link, and that's where I got that from.
He's not going to apologize for... Jeez.
So
Why
people
does he look like a prisoner from the top? He looks like... like, what do you have on, bro?
I'm just saying, look, I was saying, I didn't realize I tried to share my screen, but it didn't work. I was saying, this is where I got it from, right? Business Insider. Jay-Z says he won't apologize for being a billionaire. And then I clicked on this link here in a wide-ranging interview. He's like, people throw capitalist at you in a derogatory sense. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I wonder why. Like, then it's like, the only thing I heard coming up was the American dream. You could make it if you pull yourself up by the bootstraps. I heard that my entire life until we started being successful. And it's like you're selling out because you're making money, right? But this interview kicks off a commentary about like from Mark Lamont Hill being a socialist in a room full of capitalists. Because I don't know who any of these, like Joe Budden, this DQ.com, which is like a pop culture commentator dude, you know, tells you what's cool, who the real people are. So if you knew all the things that are alleged of how he became a billionaire, you'd not like this man. Right, exactly. Yeah.
I don't like that man.
Or so it would seem. It's like you would think that we could all agree on that statement, but for some reason people got to be like, well, I don't know, you know, because you see, there's this reason why I'm gonna make a big ass dumb ridiculous excuse for this guy that doesn't really hold any weight, but I think I'm gonna make the argument anyway. It's like, why are you jumping on train tracks for these people, right? Like,
Okay, so should I start this? Should I start?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you wanted to. I was just, do you want to get right in? Do you want to go back to the Jay-Z thing? Because I made a little bit of
Might as well.
Interruption there to get the, like, kind of go slow. We got some time, and we can establish the original context, and then go to, you know, the catalyst for Brianna Joy Gray's comments, and then we could watch their video, and then even though it's missing, got the things cut out, whatever, maybe that'll be a nice little rich analysis.
All right.
When we first dropped Reasonable Doubt, we sold 34,000 records. We were in like at MTV, like, give us a performance in the last slot.
Yeah.
And they were like, What? You don't even have a video that we play. They ain't say these words, but you know what I'm saying. The energy was like, you're
And it
new.
looks like
Yeah.
a kid.
Like you haven't proven yourself. But in our mind, the fact that we released an album was proof enough of concept. We did it. That was hard then. We remember, we're not in control of distribution, marketing, anything. We're going like a street level, street team approach to this. And so when we put the album out, that was the win.
Yeah.
And we had some success. And remember, on the streets, we were platinum. Anywhere you was gonna go, you was gonna hear Reasonable Doubt.
Did you feel that way at the time though?
No, at the time I wanted a deal.
Were you
So I went to
dejected
every single
almost?
label. Huh?
Did you feel like dejected or?
I wasn't. Yes, I was rejected, not dejected.
Okay.
And you know what I mean? Like every door was, but I always believed in myself.
Yeah.
It wasn't a moment that I thought I'm not good enough for this industry.
Mhm.
At every rejection, I thought, why do they have this guy in place? He
Like-
doesn't know what's going on.
Like they're slacking.
They're
Not seeing the vision. When you look back at that time, are there things that you're glad that you didn't know?
Yeah, of course. It's almost like if you're in the room and you go through this room and you get to the end and you open the door and you're like, wow. And then you turn back and you turn the lights off and it was like pits and snakes. You know, your naive nature just naturally navigated you through the dark. And that's made up for the things that we didn't know. And it helps because you can learn something so much that you just tap out. I think that happens a lot in the music business. Like people get in the music business for the right reasons and they're very passionate about it, but then it becomes Monday.
It reminds me of an old Kanye quote of something he said about you.
Monday. We don't
Where he
hate
said,
Monday.
with
Hate
Jay,
capitalism.
you always see the win.
Mhm.
What do you think he meant by that?
I think that showed the entire picture from You Must Love Me to Regrets to, you know, Soon You Understand. But the wins are so big that I can see where that can dominate a person's memory. You forget the losses.
Yeah. Or the perception.
Yeah, or that becomes the perception that it's
Right.
only wins. And then I do say I will not lose. So
Well, I
I
was
could
gonna-
add to the perception as well.
I was going to say you also are really good at kind of like, you have a discipline of almost like shrugging off any kind of perception of a loss. Like,
Yeah.
what's the next go over
Discipline
82?
of
Look at you like it's
sociopathy
gravy.
or
Like, you know?
Yeah, because it's all wins.
I have so much disdain for him. Ugh.
That's where it's hard for us to have like, if our bias, our commentary is quite biased, you could say, right? So, but doesn't, you know,
Oh, my
Me-
commentary on the billionaire is not biased.
no, we're definitely biased against them, you know, but the-
I don't
not-
like a
that's-
billionaire.
that's where it gets to that, just, everything that, like,
Can you give me a
Um,
cough drop? Cough drops? Sorry.
if everything has a bias or whatever, then nothing, no commentary has value kind of thing. That's where people, you know, just because you have a bias doesn't mean you don't have a important criticism or something, you know.
Billionaires should not exist. Period.
Yep.
I just don't like this man because he kind of like groomed Beyonce. She was like 16 when she met him. So was I think Rihanna was young. And also Aaliyah. Like he has a thing for young girls. He's a creep.
Definitely, yeah.
Um,
He's gonna sit there and do what all these billionaires do and pretend like his shit smells like roses, you know, and the rest of us just a bunch of dirty pores, you know, a bunch of jealous whores, you know.
And he was a drug dealer, selling poison to people. That's how he funded his career in the beginning.
And that's part of what Mark Lamont Hill in his debate with, I'm not sure if it's directly with Joe Budden. I think it probably is, along with a few others. But the little bit I looked up into Joe Budden, he had some drug addiction in his past. And so that was like an important, like close to home sort of critique when they're trying to defend capitalism. And we're trying to talk directly about, well, what about drug dealers? They are capitalists. You think it's okay for them to get ahead by hurting other people. And when you talk to like not saying it out loud, but talking directly to a person who's been a victim of these capitalists, and they still do the mental gymnastics of acting like, well, we can come up with a rationalization for why they had the right to do that, or whatever, not why I was not a fool, and I'm not a fool now. It's like that's what happens. This is why people are like, why can't capitalists and communists, whatever, have a debate together? It's like because when we talk in a room together, the capitalist arguments are completely destroyed as long as the socialist can argue effectively. And then it's just pathetic to watch them make these false arguments and then act like they're arguing, going toe to toe. You know, it just doesn't happen.
Then when all this stuff happened with Colin Kaepernick, he capitalized on that, on our pain, and got a job with the NFL to manage the halftime shows, and had the nerve to tell us we're past all that Colin Kaepernick stuff now. And I was like, who is we? Like, you don't get to tell us what,
Don't you love when people
how we
do that?
feel about a situation.
Yeah, like how Trump is like, what are you guys still talking about those Epstein files? Aren't you past that?
Right. Why are we still talking about this?
Don't we have goldfish memories? Like I forgot that shit 5 minutes or whatever after I heard it. Didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Rondo, I heard that too, by the way. But let's see. Where is this? I wonder where he starts talking about capitalism. Like, I don't want to hear all this love story.
They're so like audacious too. At the beginning, I forget the exact words, but he's saying something about like people need to be like more, whatever, like taking things more seriously, more accountable, kind of like bullshit. I don't want to have to go back to find it or whatever, but they say the most like outrageous, offensive, like what, whatever, what, like they're making us be the noticers, basically. Going back to our conversation yesterday, like what did I say? I didn't do anything. Like I'm just being an innocent, complete, whatever, serial abuser. What do you want from me? Like,
what is that dog? Droopy? Is that the name of the dog? He looks like that dog.
Snoopy.
Right here on this picture.
I don't know.
The one Droopy with the droopy face. The cartoon character.
The one from the, what's it called now? Am I blanking?
Hi, Sean.
Charlie Brown. The Charlie Brown dog?
I don't know. They have like the droopy sides.
Oh, that's a different dog. What's up, Sean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Maybe. Anyway.
Space. And I want to eliminate all those type of words for us.
Yeah.
Yes. So the answer to that is yes.
When you're on a mission to eliminate words like allow, like you said, do you feel like that makes you a target sometimes from?
Hi, eggs.
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. What's the Nipsey thing? Pray for me, y'all. One day I'm gonna have to pay for these thoughts. Real niggas is extinct. It ain't safe for me, my dog. These are real fucking lyrics.
You've come back to that a lot in the last few years. Like
yeah.
The more reveal me, the more they will kill me. Stuff like that. When you say they, like who is that?
Whatever the threat to, however the system is set up to keep things at status quo and keep us in a position of using words like allow. So anyone that's culpable in creating the system that we operate under, that's they.
Yeah.
That's they. And it actually goes beyond color.
Yeah.
Because I've encountered that a lot. Where it was just like, okay, this successful black man, make it. Let me go to him.
Yeah.
And for help. And they're like, we don't fuck with no rap shit.
Oh, wow.
Not like out like that, but
yeah,
you know,
that's the energy.
Like the energy. It's like you see the energy.
Yeah.
You know?
I was thinking about how you described last year as being angry and for the first time in a while. I wondered what it felt like to be pulled back into that feeling and how you pulled yourself out, or how you leaned on the people around you.
Yeah.
I've been saying to pull
Yeah,
you
I
out.
needed the people around me more than ever.
Mhm.
Because usually when I have that feeling, I would just make music and just be therapeutic. I'd be able to, I blow it out.
Love
Yeah.
solidarity
And
too.
I would be like,
you know?
I move on. I had to sit in that for a long time. And
And don't you notice how the capitalists always like to act like they have some solidarity too? Like, yeah, the people around me, I needed them so much. You know, I'm not an individual. I didn't do it all by myself. You know, I really acknowledge how much that those people around me really mattered. Who do you mean people around you? Like, if you're
people that work for you,
a business owner, you go to your employees. Where are those the people around you, or are you talking about your family? Most likely, right? The people you exploit are around you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just because he's your
your employees, is that what you're talking about?
That's one of the things though. Like the lower on the in the hierarchy that the capitalists get, the closer they are to the worker, even though they're still exploiting you. The higher up, like the upper echelons, like the billionaires, they have the ability to pay intermediaries to maintain a distance from the workers they exploit. You know, like someone who sells a whole lot of CDs and whatnot, where, like, I guess they're not CDs anymore, but back in the time when it was CDs, because I'm a 90s kid, right? There was a factory. There were people that worked in the factory making the CDs. So they were being exploited by people. It's hard to say it like the musician himself until they become like this big of a musician where they're like, they are a capitalist and not just a worker, right? Because they're making contracts with record labels that are the main predatory capitalist, the industrialist, right? But when you join like he is like a class trader. These are the rags to riches people. They're class traders, whether they're billionaires or not. So.
luckily I had that. And right, again, I built this this circle that's really safe for me, of people that really love me, not using me, and like, you know, really care for my best interests. So I was able to have that in the time, you know, the most crucial time for me.
Yeah.
Especially people that were close to me, and I'll explain. So, like, you know, when those type of things happen, people run. They don't care what happened. They don't care. It's like, save yourself.
Yeah.
You know, so I have partners. You know, I've had big deals with, I called my guy from LVMH, hey, man, this is coming, and I can't get rid of it. I can't take a settlement.
Yeah.
It ain't in my DNA. First of all, first I had to tell my wife, let's just back up.
Yeah.
Like, it ain't even in me. I couldn't I know what this is the weight that this is gonna bring on our family. I can't do it. The makeup, I would die. It would have been cheaper, yes. Cheaper, quicker, move on with your life. It was like a testament because people know me. Like, I know who you are, and that's impossible. And
okay, I went too far up because I'm trying to remember what he's talking about.
They tend to
he had to
say
tell
a whole lot
his
of
wife,
nothing.
so
yeah, we're waiting for them to get into the juicy bit, but it takes a while sometimes, eh?
Yeah, Sean. I think he was like caught cheating or something.
Not only we standing by you, but what do you need?
Yeah. What did you kind of do to come back from that personally or emotionally, I guess?
I'm still working with that. That's a great question. I'm still dealing with that.
What was it like watching Blue come into her own even more on this most recent tour?
How much of this show is about aesthetic, eh?
You know, because on the first tour,
there's so much of this. Sorry, I make you pause it again so quick, but I'm just there's so much of this kind of show is all about the aesthetic. It's not even like, take away the fancy chair and the big ass dark lit. Like, there's so much staging that's going into this. Like, all the outfits that they're wearing, very carefully chosen and everything. It's like, they're selling more of the image of success. Like they just like sat down, had their cameras off basically, and had a conversation. It was just audio or whatever. They wouldn't be very engaging or intriguing, I think.
That is true. Because it's not. It's like I don't know what they're talking about. But Rondo said it is GQ. So now he's about to talk about Blue Ivy going on tour. Now I'm sorry. If Blue Ivy wasn't their child, she would not have made that tour. She cannot dance. So I don't know.
I'm not sure who Blue Ivy is. I'll have to
That's his daughter.
Oh, I see.
His oldest daughter. Well, according to Rondo, that's Beyonce's oldest daughter.
Mm-hmm. See, I don't know as much about, because I don't never like to know too much about all these people's personal lives. I never liked Beyonce, like from the beginning, so they come across to me as like snobbish and like over like hyped. You know, they're not as talented as, like, not that they're not talented, but they're not nearly as talented as they're made out to be. They have a whole team of people that help them produce their music. You know, it's astroturfed. You know. But beyond that, they have these personal lives. All this actually interesting, kind of, when you look at it, as to how did these people become the capitalists that they are. You know, it's very interesting, actually.
Okay, Chris says, not that I'm defending Jay-Z, but I find we tend to focus on the artists a lot and not the record labels that created these people.
That's
the
what I'm
labels
saying.
make these artists to a certain extent. Who was on the board? Yeah, like Clyde Davis is a some of a bitch.
That's where I was calling him a class traitor, because at some point, like, he chose to, when you become a billionaire, when you started as a musician, he was paid like a working class man at the beginning of his career. From what I think, that's everyone. That's probably like, is that accurate? You know, but then he was selected, and he accepted, and his career took off. That's the way they have domination over the industry. It's not organic, of course, right? So
yeah, he doesn't. I don't know. When's the last time anybody listened to a Jay-Z song? Like,
I only know the one, the "Get Your Dirt Off My Shoulder" or whatever, because I like that song.
okay.
But I stop listening to people when I find out stuff. Like, I'm not going to listen to Diddy, you know.
Then there's a question of, can you separate the artist from the music if you like the songs?
Well, we could put that question to philosophers too. Do we separate like the work from the man? And I think I'm going to have to get into that one day, because that's a very tricky thing to do. In a way, it's you end up excusing crimes whether you like it or not. In a way, or you there's like an implicit, like, not for me to judge. What is that? That's kind of a religious thing, you know. Like, oh, so it's first. All the bad things are for someone else to judge, never for us, right? Everything is for us to be powerless, always. Convenient, you know.
Okay, this is interesting. Okay, let me see. I wonder when he says they. It's weird. You're looking at them like capitalists, which they are, and they are looking at you as terrorists who identify as American.
Well, we are, though, as far as,
I mean, we kind of are the terrorists.
If we're do what we need to be, basically, they should be terrified. You know what I mean? But that whole word is like so loaded and abused and impossible to use, like so many words, you know, because they only apply it cynically and improperly, or just to people that they want to destroy, you know, not in a way that's actually about saving people from terror, you know.
I mean, technically, we are the terrorists.
Their laws are, you know, whatever they like. They want us to think according in the context of their laws and whatnot. But if they're the unjust law is no law at all, then we have to reject the imposition that when they say that according to law these people are terrorists, we say no, because you guys are psychopaths that have erected this false edifice that we all have to uh, reify into existence every fucking day, whatever, or else you'll lock us up and shit. Like,
I mean, our tax dollars are funding terrorism.
yeah, narco terrorism, if you want to even call it. It's funding the drug war. It's funding your own war against yourself as far as terrorism. You know, it's funding the money laundering. That's all it is, really. It's one ginormous Ponzi scheme.
All right, do we want to hear about Blue Ivy? I really don't, but I don't know where to start.
You know, there was a lot of conversation around her first performance, and she worked really hard to get to that point, but she still wasn't going for it. She still was like going through the motions, and then after that, she just stopped going for it. Like she started fighting back. I saw her fight, maybe for the first time in her life, like fighting back. You know, like not everything is just given to her and everything is easy. She had to fight for that. She fought for it. Then to see her do the amount of work, she's almost on every number.
Yeah.
I had to take her off physically or some number. Like, man, you can't be on that stage where she's singing, you know, 6-inch heels. You crazy? That's never gonna happen. You know, like it was like that. It was like a fight.
Sure.
She wanted to dance every single number. And that's a lot of choreography to remember. She was 13 at the time. That's a lot. And she was nailing it. She was going crazy.
That's what's up.
Yeah. Like Blue is a crazy pianist. But she won't.
Oh my gosh, she still can't dance. I don't know what he's talking about. He's just a proud daddy, I guess.
I think that's a bit of a overgeneralization, a hasty jump, you know, in logic. So terror is our currency. In actuality, you capitalize through terror, which is a form of capitalism. So
I mean, terror to other, that's imperialism, right? So that's the next stage of capitalism is imperialism.
This is what I'm saying. They're trying to terrify us into slavery, and what I'm saying is,
oh shit!
Oh, what the fuck? Abby will be right back. Sorry, it's a bit distracting. So they've been terrifying and terrorizing us constantly, you know, for decades, for centuries, trying to act like they have the right to impose all their will on us, and no matter how extravagant their traumatic their demands on us, they have the right to do anything to us, and we don't have the right to fight back at all. They should be terrified of what will happen if they ever get that, if that foot ever comes off the tiger's neck, right? Which is the working class. Because if we actually rise up and get rid of them, that's what we mean by eat the rich, right? The revolution is not going to be a pleasant thing for the receiving end of it, for the ruling class, right? The working class will, you know, the revolution is a terrifying thing for what we're going to have to do, right? That's the way that it's been. That's the way that it's been said by Marx, and then like upheld by Lenin and people like that. And if you want to prove them wrong, find a way through social democracy, good luck, to achieve a revolutionary change through peaceful means, right? The people who are in the process of creating a fascist police state, like if you could look all over from Europe to Canada to the US and everything, they're trying to, and to in South America and too, they're trying to erode all the gains, like the democracy they claim to defend, right? They're saying,
holy smokes,
they're making the state more authoritarian in the name of democracy, right? Just don't fucking believe the big lie. You know, it's just fascism. So, what's up, Abby?
Somebody was shooting outside on my street.
God damn.
All the neighbors are outside, and I'm like, why are y'all outside? I'm not going out there. One of my neighbor next to me ran outside with a gun, and I'm like, I'm just looking out the window. I'm gonna text my neighbor. I mean, why would you go outside? Mm-mm.
Well,
Oh, thank
you
you.
might want to at least take a look around and make sure about what's happening, depending on.
Black Life was outside. She
Yeah,
ran in the house.
I would not be wanting to be out there either with people shooting rounds off. Who knows what's happening?
She was in the car having a smoke. Oh, here comes my mom.
Reminds me of these little videos that my daughter plays. It's like they just
Don't
play
go
like
out
these.
there, Mama. They were shooting. Oh, you need to stay in the house. Oh. You need to stay in the house right now. It just happened. So let them figure that out. Just stay in the house, okay? Oh. Sorry about that.
No worries. I was just saying my daughter's playing these funny videos. It's a little bit like bad humor maybe, but like it's just short clips and it's people like getting injured or something. It's like saying dumb ways to die. So that's basically one of them, right? Let's go. There's a tsunami coming. Let's stand on the beach and watch
Let's
it.
stand on the beach and watch it. I've seen those. Did you hear that, Sean?
I heard something. I thought something was like knocked over in your room or something.
Oh, so see, that's how close it was. Because
God damn.
usually, that's crazy. That's crazy. My mom was about to leave to go to Sunday, what do they call it? Sunday school. Wow. Okay, anyway, so should I start this up again?
Yeah.
Have you finished with the comments? Because I see Loyal was saying some stuff. Maybe you were talking to him already?
Yeah, we could see what he's saying before I think the cost of terror is more than the cost of living. We work to do better, not to be better. At being afraid, you're hiding behind your lack of effort. Both of them were dictators, not leaders. None of their work benefited anyone except themselves.
Who's
I think
them?
that I mentioned Marx and Lenin, or Stalin and Lenin, maybe, but
Oh. Oh, okay.
It's a complicated thing. They had with Hitler around, it's a little difficult to just categorize Stalin as a dictator. And then when you go looking at how their electoral system did, he was elected as a chairman, and then their CIA documents admitting, well, yeah, it is democracy, but for our propaganda, we're going to call him a dictator no matter what, you know. So, but I'm not trying to be like one of these people who like to defend everything that Stalin and Lenin did. They made mistakes, but they had an incredible legacy that needs to be respected, not treated like everything that they did was for themselves, because that part is categorically untrue. All right, you don't get that kind of like reverence and people still zealously advocating for your philosophy to this day because you were selfish, right?
Mm.
Although I guess when you look at these capitalists, where we got a whole bunch of bootlickers, so
Well, Jacqueline, she is in the house, and okay, this comment I find offensive. If you're afraid of rapid gunfire, how are you going to fight a revolution? No, random gunfire. Was it a revolution happening, or is it just some idiot shooting on my street? Like, that's not
right,
the
you have
same
no
thing.
idea what the
It's not a
situation
comparison.
is, so you should just run into it blindly. That's the revolutionary thing, right? It's like, do you think we're supposed to be idiots?
Yeah, like that. There's no revolution happening on my street right now, so that's. I don't understand why you would say that.
That is something
That
that
was
happens a
weird to
lot,
me.
though. You know, it's you're not a trained soldier, so therefore you can have no there can be no credibility to what your rhetoric is about revolution. It's like different tasks need to be fulfilled. We can't all be soldiers. Soldiers need cooks, for example, or else they're going to not be able to soldier on. It's pretty simple, right? We need theoretical people. We're not anywhere near the fighting part of the revolution. There's a whole lot of organizing that needs to happen first. So those are people that are non-violent people that need to do that organization, right? To find the people to work with. right?
I'm
We
not
can't all do
nonviolent,
everything
though.
ourselves.
I'm not
Sorry, what's that?
nonviolent. I have guns.
No, exactly.
But
We
that
can't
was more
try.
of making sure none of my neighbors got hit or something and somebody needs medical attention type of thing.
Right. But it's that from each, according to each's ability, like to each according, or from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. You got to really take that seriously. I feel like that's like one of the core tenets of being a communist or a Marxist, you know? Because if you don't really take that seriously, I was like, then you're not one of us in a way. You know what I mean? It's like, but so people who can have the ability to be trained in fighting and whatnot, that's what they can do. That's what they should do. People who can't do that, if there's other ways for them to contribute, like you're just being bigoted in your own sense and thinking that that's a valid argument, right? So there's ableism is everywhere, right?
Well, the thing is, like they're saying, like, okay, they opened the draft age to 42 now. I mean, the age to join the military. You think they're gonna have like the 42-year-olds out there with pew-pews, running around, haven't been trained, or
It's a sign
like
of crisis.
they could be in the office. They could be there's so many different places that they're gonna put these people. You know
They're
what I mean?
more valuable to capitalism as like an office worker. Like you're saying, yeah, and like they're just throwing people into the meat grinder as a sign of desperation. You know, they wouldn't really be doing that if they had more common sense. There's other generations of capitalists that were not so psychotic. It's kind of interesting.
I'm trying to figure out what now you're lashing out because you're lashing out now. Like what?
It might be helpful for you to identify kind of what flag
Like
you fly.
what?
Capitalism.
Yeah, where are you? Where do you live?
Where are you on the
capitalism is what defines your country. Capitalism is what defines our country. That is correct. Without capitalism, you're a nation of victims. Well, I don't know where you get that from. Stop crying about what you don't have and more on what you do. Is anybody who's crying? Are you crying? I'm certainly not crying, and I don't know where this comes from based on what we were talking about before. I think you got butthurt because I rejected your comment, your previous comment. You're ungrateful and a narcissist. We don't owe you. Who's ungrateful and a narcissist? Me?
I just think people want to come up and be on
I didn't ask you for anything.
Everyone thinks that anyone who wants to broadcast themselves on a live stream, well, I guess we're all narcissists, right? Not that we have some kind of feel like maybe we have a kind of a duty to try and do something for our people in a time of crisis or whatever. I'm trying to help people solve the problems that are creating the fucking crises. Basically, calling attention to capitalism, if you have forgotten or were never learned in the first place, is responsible for a lot of this fucking crisis that we're constantly in. If you want to live better, abandon capitalism. That's why I'm fucking here on YouTube, not to be a fucking narcissist. So anyways, we can get back to our show instead of sitting here talking to the troll all day.
Crash out worthy.
I don't like crashing out
either. They did this. They did this. Chris says the government in Canada tried to take the firearms recently in a firearm buyback, and the gun owners refused to participate.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk.
You heard about that?
Giving up their guns. Yeah, you're saying.
Okay, like once you give somebody something, say they tried to do that in America, nobody's going to do that because now I'm not protected. Like you can't ban assault. It's too late. Bush let that cat out of the bag, and everybody has an assault rifle. You think I'm gonna give mine up? And I know everybody else is gonna give theirs up. No, I'm keeping mine. No. It's too late. The cat's out of the bag.
There's a little bit of like a powder keg argument from the pacifist standpoint you could make about like with the nuclear weapons. It's like, so things are really dangerous with all you guys carrying around these means of destruction. To have a more peaceful society, crazy thought, let's have less means of destruction, and that will create more means of prosperity. And people are like, no, I need more nukes, not less. I need more guns, not less, right? But you can't really make that very rational argument. Just kind of collides with reality, because as crazy as it is to advocate for more weapons, we're not in a position to let America take everyone's weapons away and say, I'll provide the peace. You can trust me. That's what they love to do, right?
Right. Trump wanted to take people's weapons away. Remember that? Trump and Pam Bondi was talking about it. And I said, wait a minute. That's odd that a Republican is trying to take the guns away. We got to take the guns away. We just got to do it. That's what he said. We just got to do it. I said, oh, okay. That wasn't on my bingo card. For, what the NRA have to say about that. I thought that was interesting. He hasn't talked about it in a while, though.
Yeah. Chris is saying, well, Canada has stricter rules and regulations around pew-pew ownership before the buyback. Yeah, we also have like less rules on like free speech and stuff. We are more still subjects of the fucking British Crown, by the way, in case anyone forgets. Right? And so that's the ironic thing about when we say, in some ways, America's got, like, American citizens have things better than us, or whatever. But that's not actually praising the empire. That's just saying the backward British monarchy is fucked up. Okay?
Who knows where every gun is? That has to be Canada. Because here in the States, once you purchase a gun, you can give that gun away. And you don't have to report that you've given it away or anything. It's just if the gun comes up in a crime, you have to like tell them who you gave the gun to. So the police have to track down where the gun went after you gave it to someone. Isn't that crazy? Like,
yeah, but to try and
you can't just give a car to someone without getting it re-registered.
But that's messed up too, right? You either have to liberalize those other rules that are restricting your ability to be more libertarian with what you're allowed to do economically, or you have to, but you like, it's funny every time any kind of mild gun control thing that's common sense could be done in the US. It's like, nope, third rail, not allowed to do that. We need to have as liberal gun policy as possible. But, that's the Republican thing, to be all liberal with your gun philosophy. It's just ironic. I like to point out that.
Yeah, how did we get here? I don't want to hear about Blue Ivy anymore.
Yeah, we might want to skip some, because for the sake of time, we got to get to the other videos too.
Don't care about that. Let's see. I'm getting out that creativity. Don't care about that. When are we going to talk about capitalism?
So that's where I was preparing a little bit different kind of a show. I was looking into Polymarket and stuff, so maybe we'll talk about that next week. So I didn't really have time to find I could have clipped the moment.
You know what I'll do? I'll just, instead of watching him, we can just go to the transcription.
Sure. Might want to make it bigger, though.
Make it bigger? Okay.
What's up, Kieran Pine?
Hi, Kieran. Free Aspen. Make sure we say that. Okay. I don't see anything about capitalism here.
Well, let's go. We can go to the Business Insider article, or why don't we just go? Probably we might as well get to the Joe Budden heated debate after Jay-Z's comments on capitalism. That's kind of because we're getting a little bit lost over addressing the original source, but because what we originally were going to talk about was Brianna Joy Gray's. Go check out that episode, wherever. If you, because we're not going to get into the whole thing of that one either. That's a long video.
Here we go.
Black Socialist versus Black Capitalist with Dr. Jared Ball, Paul Prescott, and Q Anthony Ali. So.
On Universal Soldier, you say you ain't keep the same energy for the Drew Point, Ponce, and Carnegies. You're engaging with the pushback that you get sometimes. People throw capitalists at you in a derogatory sense. The only thing I heard coming up was the American dream. You could make it if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I heard that my entire life until we started being successful. You actually was selling poison to your community, but okay, if that's your idea of success. Then it was like you're selling out because you're making money. People had this allure for the struggling artists. That's a mind game, what we would call back in the day technology. I'm not going for that. I make art first, and then I make sure that I'm compensated for my art. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people or taking advantage of the loopholes in the system or some wrinkle in a capitalist structure. Ooh, I know Rondo is about to go off. Okay, that structure exists.
Like lie,
just...
lie.
Right. I know that structure exists. Where was I? Oh. That structure exists. I just see the world for what it is, not for what I want it to be. I'm a realist. It's not idealistic. People speak about the world how they want to see it.
Capitalist
You're never
realist.
going to win like that.
So I'm saying we gotta hammer down these conservative realists that are really not realistic at all, but they like to, claim everything for themselves and none for anyone else. So no such thing as a leftist realist. Interesting.
So I have to deal with the reality of the world. And we talk about that here. But
so does the working class. That's what I mean about there's a whole terrifying thing that needs to, if you want to be realistic, or we can go through the whole thing that we've done for decades about maybe we don't have to do it that way. Maybe there's another way.
Yeah, and I'm going to navigate this world not only for me, but for a bunch of people that's been disenfranchised by a system that doesn't play fair for us. What? In order for us to progress forward, we have to deal with the world the way it is. Sometimes that means going out and starting your own company. Sometimes that means partnering with established companies because that's the world that we live in.
This is what you guys were trying to say to me the other day too, though. It's like, but Michael, we live in a capitalist system. So what do we have to do? And it's like, yes, but hard to answer because it's a complex problem. But like, we do have to operate within capitalism realistically, but we have to long term, at the very least, find our way out of it. Otherwise, when you say we have to do what we have to do, it's just a reason to have a circular reasoning,
He says there's nowhere you're going to go that Black people control distribution and control media. At some point, you're going to have to partner with somebody. There's so many different ways to go about being successful and achieving great things in music and beyond. I'm just open to all those. Just seeing the world for what it is. Not like everything has to be 100% Black owned.
I'm just saying the conceit, arrogance. I just see the world for what it is. I just have that power, guys. I was just naturally bestowed with it. I'm sorry you don't have it.
Right.
The creator is, is just because that's the thing. I worked hard and I earned it by the grace of God. It's the whole fucking Protestant Catholic or the the capitalist like work ethic thing that when you're like a academic, you're like, this is real. I see this. But then other people are like, what are you talking about with your slanderous, biased stuff about Protestants or whatever? It's like, but that's real. Look it up, right? Like,
it's black owned. If if I own 1% of it, Elon Musk owns 20% of Tesla. You wouldn't say it's not his. You would not say it's not white owned. I don't even know if I've ever heard the term white owned labs. Have you? Because the system, that was a dumbass statement.
because it's redundant. Yeah.
I mean, that was
goes without saying, you know.
This is that NFL deal. I don't know if we want to read this.
No, I think we maybe made the point. We can go if you want to get to the next thing, because we're gonna end up with a 3-hour show. I don't know how much time you got today. So.
I just want to read this one part about the NFL.
All right.
So I don't think so. On Flux Capacitor, you're talking about the NFL deal and the pushback you got from that. How do you feel about those critiques now that we're 7 Super Bowls in and each halftime show has been this big cultural event? I think it was understandable. We're an emotional people. Black people, you mean? Black people for sure. I don't think that the world has to agree with everything I do. I see the world as it is. He keeps saying that. There was a moment in time when we could get in there and we can actually affect some change because the NFL was vulnerable at the moment. We can put our music on the stage as well as all the Inspiring Change social justice initiative. What social justice initiative has he done? All he did was okay, so you got Kendrick Lamar and Bad Bunnies pissed all the white people off. Well, not all of them, some of them. And basically you just proved that Colin Kaepernick, what he didn't do that for nothing, because all the white people on the right were so angry and mad at the lineups like that. You just proved what we already knew. So I don't think he made some amazing change other than putting change in his pocket. Let's see. As well as all the Inspired Change social justice initiative. I don't want to gloss over that. The guys who own the teams, they're from all over and they live in ivory towers. They don't touch culture. So the things that we care about, but it's the right cultural thing, they're like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I have no idea what that means. I think that's
I don't know
enough.
what he's talking about. Does he not live in an ivory tower?
Well, they're all like rich white men, basically. Basically is what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. It just seems, I don't know what he's very willfully ignorant, you know. It's like, I know anyone on the left or whatever gonna hear what I say and they're gonna think this guy's so full of shit, what the fuck, whatever. Knowing he's pissing us off, he's saying it anyway. But people on the right, they're gonna be like, no lies detected for some reason.
Yeah, like this right here is crazy to me. Okay, when you embody that, do you feel like you're leading a charge? What the successful Black man is allowed to do? I even want to take that out of my vocabulary. Take what? Allowed. We're not allowed to do anything. In order for someone to allow you, they have to have authority over you. No one has authority over us. Now that's a damn lie too. Like
And
what?
it's all capitalism
What?
right
This
there.
is a capitalist country. What do you
Do
mean
you
they don't have it?
Citizenship, Jay-Z or not? Do you have a birth certificate and all that? Because people do you pay taxes or pretend to? Do you have a person that you pay to not pay taxes? Because you do all that because somebody has authority over you. People
Well,
love
he
to
doesn't. No, they don't have authority over him because that big beautiful bill lets him sit in a tax haven.
I'm just saying the whole thing that people love
because he's a billionaire.
I just have my citizenship and I don't live off like actually self-reliant, you know, but no one has authority over me. It's dreaming.
Yeah, he's delusional. He's gotten so far up, you know, when the more money you have, the smaller your circle is, and the more yes men that surround you. So that skews your whole thought process.
Yeah. Shoot the messenger of anyone who disagrees with you, and then you got your echo chamber.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I've had enough of him.
But the debate that Mark Lawan Hill got into was pretty good. I didn't realize he was as socialist as he is. I was kind of dismissing him as petty bourgeoisie, maybe. As a progressive, you know.
Okay. I'm gonna start it, and then I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Wait, this is Joe Budden heated debate after Jay-Z's comments on capitalism. So I picked up the wrong thing. Okay.
That's what I think we should start with. This is the video. We had to go to a third party who's playing the audio only because of this censorship of copyright of they want to make money off of their privatized content, and we're not allowed to even hear what's going on in the public discussion because they're trying to privatize it. So I'm appreciative of our ability to work around this stuff. Where you got the lesser content creators, whoever, making their money off of it somehow, whatever, making their audience off of it. So this guy is, by the way, let's be fair, so we're not just scraping his content. Scores and assists, got 21.k subscribers. So if you like his content, feel free to subscribe.
I'll leave that down there so people can see.
Right.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
But you can't make these Nikes without that. The ones I'm wearing too. True. We can't do that. So if we say, well, LeBron's a billionaire, yeah, but for what?
There's our standards.
And that's where I'm disagreeing.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. Please like the video and subscribe. Our target is only 1,000 likes. So in the world of hip-hop, the latest rumor centers on a potential album from none other than Jay-Z. According to an anonymous tip, a private event hosted by Rock Nation in New York recently saw guests speculating that Hov is preparing to drop new music, including a diss track. There's also claimed to have attended the exclusive karaoke event, stated, word on the street, Hov got a new album coming up, including a diss song. However, it's important to note that these claims are still unverified, leaving fans to wonder whether this is just another baseless rumor or a hint at something more. If true, it would mark Jay-Z's first album since 444, which was released back in 2017.
Okay, so I have this Jay-Z Capitalism clip that I wanted to play for Mark.
I like this part of the interview, actually.
Great part, right?
Yeah, it was interesting. He handled it well, I
The
thought.
whole interview, I think, was fire.
Yeah, well, Frazier did a great job.
Yeah, and niggas is dissing him, and I think it's unfair.
They're just Frazier?
Yes.
They
Acting like he's some child.
They dissing Frazier because he's got a baby face.
Yeah, just
But people have zero idea how long Frazier's been doing this, some of the reputable companies he's done it for, some of the people he's interviewed. This is back in my Complex days in 2017.
Bro, but even that, how he interacted with Jay-Z,
Yep.
how he knew certain lines, how he knew certain verses, he killed that shit.
It was a good interview.
He
Best
killed that
Jay-Z
shit.
interview I ever seen.
Yes, like he
Yeah,
killed
bro.
that shit.
I like
Yeah.
What was the other group
Not even close.
Yeah, he wasn't tap dancing for the nigga. or
Hell
nothing.
yeah.
Yeah, he got the most info out of
Ellie did a one-on-one with
I
him.
only needed one nigga.
Yeah, I think Ellie did one.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on here, man?
Why isn't that dope that Jay actually let someone new to us, not new to us, but new to the world, like sit with him? Like, I think that's
I think some
fire.
people felt like
Bro, you damned if you do, you damned if you don't.
You
Correct.
That's fine. Yeah, give the new up and coming guy.
He's not new. He's not new.
So the rest of the world, I'm not saying to us.
Nigga
we know
works
it, but
for
the rest of the
GQ
world is
magazine.
very
Yeah, but he worked for GQ.
That was
I
a
mean,
GQ thing. Everybody that's talking, I don't want to do that because it sounds like I'm cheating on Frazier. I'm not trying to do that. But that was more so I'm sitting with GQ.
Yeah.
And Frazier's at GQ.
He's the head guy. He's a head guy at GQ, so you want to sit with him. And I also feel like Hov was trying to give off the fly. You know what I'm saying? He in the middle of the interview, he got different like photo shoots and stuff like that. That was probably just the setting that he was trying to choose. When you somebody high up, you could pick what type of interview you want to have.
Come on, say that stupid Memphis Bleak shit you said.
I didn't say Memphis people. What happened was what was going on the internet was people saying like, how would you have your man have a podcast and you do it for GQ when Bleak just started a podcast? But outside of Bleak, the bigger argument from people was there's a lot of independent folk, there's a lot of black folk. If you're championing black entrepreneurship, black self-determination, all this other shit, why would you do the one interview you're gonna do in the next 5 years? Why would you do it with GQ and not with somebody from the culture? That was a lot of people's criticism.
Frazier is the culture. I just think he's an employee for GQ. They gave him a cover. They did a photo shoot. It makes sense.
Yeah, but the question wasn't so much like, could you do it with why'd you do it with a black reporter? Yeah, it was.
So what he's about to do
the outlet
platform for Black
Yeah.
Beat? He was gonna do it for Black Beat. He was gonna do it for. You know what I'm
But here's the
saying?
thing: if you're Jay-Z, I mean, I'm not necessarily. I'm not that invested in the argument, but Jay-Z's gonna get 1 million views in a day, no matter where he does it.
True.
So GQ's not doing Jay-Z a favor. I get why some people go to the big outlets because they need to look. If Jay-Z came here, if Jay-Z went on my platform, if Jay-Z went on your platform, whatever, like yours, whatever, like he still gets the same views.
I don't know about that.
I don't like that argument.
I agree with Mark. Jay-Z could go to talk to my next door neighbor. The quotes are going to go viral.
Agree with that,
But
but I
it's gonna
think
be a
there's
big
other.
difference between 1 million or 2 million views and 300 million.
If he goes to
views.
sit with Shannon or us or Nori or something, it's going to get bigger numbers off of it just because of the size of that platform already.
Boom. So why not do it? I'm not saying he should, but I'm just saying that why shouldn't he?
Because he can't.
I think
it was a setting.
Something
I think it was just a setting that he was looking for.
And we don't come along with photoshops and pictures and
Correct.
a spread. He had a spread in GQ.
And also to hold he sat down with LMB. He sat down with New York Times. He's done a Breakfast Club
Vanity
interview.
Fair, all of them.
He's literally done almost all of them. So I mean, how at what point can he not just pop it, get his shit off, get his art shit off?
Yeah. The moment I'm not mad at the GQ choice. I'm just telling you that we were just talking about before the show what a lot of the responses to were to the interview. This isn't my fight.
I think the moment is too big right now. It's anniversaries for 2 projects that are really important to hip hop. I think you have to go sit where it's going to make
you already.
Bro, you went inside with the New York Times.
Yeah, that's it. That alone is enough for me to say, all right, this moment is here for me to take this type of shit to this platform. There might be another time, like you said, he's done beat out of Elliott. He's done the shit where he's giving back. This moment is too big for us to play around with, us considering him branding another podcast.
Yeah, all that criticism about fucking you supposed to be pro culture, but you sit over here. Yeah, I understand it when it come to Kendrick and SZA.
Yeah.
Those are 2 motherfuckers that you're gonna see on all the white outlets and never see with black people. And I done told them that. I done told all the TV niggas that's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
But Hov, like you said, sat with
Everybody. Yeah.
There's a clip you wanted me to respond to?
Yeah. I got the clip.
There's also value legacy brands too, for better or for worse.
Love you guys to show you're the star.
Wow.
I say, think you know a nigga.
Yeah, I think you know
a nigga. And this is why you gotta give him a warning talk before you get here.
Dope. You ain't buying nothing. You ain't touching nothing. You ain't getting nothing.
One of the things that you do for the culture, the ways that you put on, the ways that you try to protect and move forward, but kind of the pushback that you get sometimes about like people capitalists at you and derogatory.
Just say it as far as our disclaimer, it might be worth. We need to find something to comment and critique about. I think what they're doing.
Yeah, I just got back.
Right. So my comments on what I've been hearing so far seems like a lot of people are making a distraction argument about they're nitpicking over what outlet that he chose to do the interview on. To me, that's not really the more consequential thing to object to. That's people.
What GQ?
Well, these people commenting on the audio that I'm hearing, the video I can't see, wherever the people talking or whatever, they're talking about Jay-Z's done an interview with GQ, which is a publication owned by white people, I guess. Why didn't he do it with a publication owned by black people if that's what he's about, black capitalism stuff? So that's a valid criticism, I guess.
That's a valid criticism.
But I think the comments in Capitalism in general,
probably because he wasn't allowed to.
And the objections of Mark Lamont Hill, his comments on socialism, I think, are more important to focus on than the outlet of the magazine or newspaper or whatever.
I mean, remember this dude did the I think Van Jones, he did an interview with Van Jones. Van Jones, the other sellout, he used to be a black activist.
Hmm.
And they plucked him out of obscurity and made him rich if he would go along with the game. So, yeah,
the defenders of these people are suspect. I think that should be fair to say. You know, what would you need to defend an Al Sharpton kind of for? What do we need to defend Jay-Z for? What do you get out of it? You know,
I forget. Somebody in the chat could tell me. It was Joe Budden. Was he a rapper at some point? Like
he was. Yeah, I looked it up. He had a pretty successful. So I got the Wikipedia thing. He had a. Let me get back to the top. He was an American broadcaster and former rapper. First gained recognition with his 2003 single "Pump It Up," which peaked in the top 40 of the Billboard Hot 100. And then he proceeded to release of his eponymous debut studio album in 2003. Critical and commercial success. The album peaked in the top 10 of the Billboard 200. Although it was his only major label release for Def Jam Recordings, he released 7 more independent albums to continued critical praise. While doing so, he performed as a member of the hip-hop supergroup Slaughterhouse, who signed with Eminem's Shady Records in 2012. And the group released 2 studio albums. And then in 2018, he retired from recording and then became like a podcaster. So,
I never heard any of his music.
One thing, since we're on this right now, I'm glad this is important when we're talking about who is Joe Budden, what right does he have, whatever, like what maybe compromises his arguments. This is why I'm scrolling down on his Wikipedia page. He had, on May 14, 2018, Budden announced a partnership with Sean Combs and his media company Revolt. So Budden partnered with Diddy to produce the talk show State of the Culture, which premiered on September 10th, 2018. And so what happened, everything with Diddy since then, I'm sure he's had to make some kind of comments, but I don't know if he's got clean hands with all that. So
okay.
I also don't know, so I'm not making any libelous
accusations or anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me press play.
Yeah, I think in that verse specifically, the only thing I heard coming up was the American dream until we started being successful. And it was like, wait a minute, you're selling out because you're making money. That was the first thing that was put on musicians. People had this law for the struggling artist. That's a mind game. What we would call back in the day for technology. Like, no, I'm not.
Oh, this is what I read. Okay, so he's commenting on his Jay-Z's thoughts about capitalism. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But then Mark Lamont, they do get into a heated debate, and it's that's what I'm saying. When you pick this, I asked you, what do you want to cover today? And then you were talking about this, and then I listened to this audio, and I thought it was good to cover because Mark Lamont Hill makes some good points, and the capitalists, it was like a gang fight against him. All these capitalists forever make all these self-justifying arguments that in a debate, like official debate, they would lose, right?
Just so you guys know, Mark Lamont Hill has a podcast. It's called Late Night with Mark Lamont Hill. I like to listen to it. I don't like to watch it because he blinks his eyes too much for me.
Yeah,
it throws me off.
I just think he comes. I thought he was like a mainstream media guy, so I'm.
He gets invited to some mainstream media platforms, that's for sure, because he is an author, and I think he has a PhD in, I forget in what. So he's considered, like an expert in the subject. I'll have to look it up and I'll let you guys know.
Okay.
But anyway, let me play it.
I'm going for that. Like, no, I make art first, and then I make sure that I'm compensated for my art. I didn't take advantage. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people. I didn't take advantage of no one. That's not my reputation. That's not what I do. I didn't get here by taking advantage of people or taking advantage of, the loopholes in the system or some wrinkle in a capitalist structure. That structure exists, and I just see the world for what it is, not for what I want it to be. I'm a realist, not an ideal. It's not idealistic. People speak about the world how they want to see it. You're never going to win like that.
Wait a minute.
I couldn't have said it any better.
If you're an American, capitalism is your birthright.
I think the biggest problem that
who said if you're an American, capitalism is your birthright? Man, that's some words, isn't it?
Yeah, that's some highly ideological statement right there. But what I'm saying, that's an important thing to critique as far as the statement about I'm a realist. I'm being a capitalist. It means being not idealistic, and this is kind of tricky because capitalism is very materialistic. The system, the way that it operates, but it requires like an idealistic superstructure kind of thing. Like it requires an idealistic philosophy to justify the way that the materialistic system functions. And it's pretty interesting because in order for us to overcome it, we can't have a total rejection of, like, we want to achieve an ideal society that is in a material reality, but we don't want to be idealistic as socialists. And so this is where we're often criticized as we're the true idealists, socialists, because we want a world that can't exist. So we have to live in what we have. So there being the practical realist. It's like, no, you're not understanding how idealism is like the grease that makes the machine run.
And so people know Mark Lamont's background. He got his bachelor's in English and Spanish, and then he went on to earn a master's and PhD in education. He is a presidential professor at SUNY College, SUNY Graduate Center, specializing in urban education, critical pedagogy, and anthropology. He's an author and co-author of 8 books. And he is a political contributor for CNN, Fox News. He hosts shows on BET News sometimes, and Al Jazeera English and VH1.
Okay, I'd say he's a member of the intelligentsia then.
And he's a social justice advocate. He works on drug enforcement policy and prison reform.
Okay.
So that gives you a background on him.
Well, thank you.
Welcome. All right. So let's see how capitalism is our birthright.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have a lot of friends that are anti-capitalist, and my biggest problem with the thought process is it's often confusing how Americans treat corporations versus capitalism. I think capitalism itself is not evil. I think that the fact that Americans give capitalist corporations more power than individuals, and more rights than individuals, is the problem.
I think that we confuse, or we automatically correlate and associate capitalists with greed.
Mm-hmm.
And so back to our couple of weeks ago conversation, definitions and words mean things, and we define words how we emotionally feel about them. That's not the definition of capitalist. The definition of capitalist is somebody that engages in practices for profit. That don't mean you being a greedy motherfucker, you want to starve everybody else. That just means you running a business, you want to turn a profit with your business.
Mm-hmm.
And so we conflate the two things. And so I think that, especially with us as Black people, I've said this a million times, I think that, to his point, they be putting this evil connotation on making money, dog, to kind of dissuade you from trying to be the best that you could be or trying to make more money while they go out and make fucking zillions of dollars and control you and keep you down.
Correct.
They don't want us to get to a certain place in society, so they try to play this mind fuck on you. And these white kids that are being brought up in these families, they not learning that. We learning that shit.
I object to that one. We are learning the same shit.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you got to have the mind frame that you are okay with exploiting people. And that is okay in America. In China, remember when, so I might mess this up, but I think too many companies were consolidating and getting too big, and China was like, oh yeah, no, we're not doing that here. And they forced the companies to break up into smaller companies, to like smaller size businesses. So you wouldn't have the problem that we face now in America, where we only have 5 people who are in, or like 5 major companies in this industry, 3 major companies in that industry. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
So
that's where I'd say that's good that they do that, but that's maybe I'm just being a little idealistic, and I want them to go to do more. Where I'm saying by breaking up the businesses into smaller businesses, there's too much of the capitalist business structure that's still present in China. But that's maybe people would consider that to be like an unfair criticism because the transition of socialism takes a long time, and because they still exist today, whatever, I get to claim that they're capitalists, so that the transition isn't real, kind of thing. So
Sean said, could capitalism be good? Yes, if you make it socialism.
that's basically the only argument that capitalists have to redeem capitalism. And ironically, neither the capitalists nor the communists want to argue that. If the communist is too ideological and not admitting that realist perspective that we need to have some kind of compromise for this transitionary period, no matter how awkward that is.
Yeah. I mean, you know how like in China, how the government makes sure everybody has a place to live, but if you've seen some of these places that the conditions, it's like people are, their home is a boxes stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
Now, is that the best situation? No.
It's not the ideal, but it's
not
more
very
ideal than for the person
being homeless
on the American streets, living homeless, being criminalized for it. It is certainly the lesser of two evils, which is funny how they mocked the Soviet Union for their housing that was so ugly and boring, and uniform. It's like, that's, at least they're trying to address the problem, not just mocking other people for trying.
Right. It's not the best conditions either. I have a video about it.
XD saying, what boxes? We may be talking about an example that doesn't exist. I'm not sure have you seen some kind of documentary about that or?
Yeah.
Right. Well, we can cover that, but that will get us too far on a tangent. So maybe we can drop that.
We can do that another day.
If you can find that link, you can throw it in the Discord. That would be a good way to not act like we're just talking out of our ass,
Okay. All right. So here we go.
Like more money, more problems, and all that other goofy shit that we learn. Like, all right, give me the problems, because I damn sure want the bread.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So that's my opinion when it comes to capitalism and people's definition of capitalism.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I think people only hate capitalism if it doesn't benefit them.
No, I don't like it because sometimes there are certain people, not the system. There are certain people that in their version of capitalism, they control weight or like step on motherfuckers. You don't have to do that.
But these are the guys that say billionaires shouldn't exist. Mark, you don't believe it?
I don't believe billionaires should exist.
Oh shit.
That's a tough job.
Let me question.
Why should billionaires exist?
Why shouldn't they exist? Because they worked hard.
No, I know you talk.
They worked hard for their money.
Because they work
If you are really good at what you do, you should receive the benefits from that.
If you create something that is that profitable, you create some type of organization or some type of business structure that actually takes advantage. I also want to just bring back to what Hope said too. He didn't get there by taking advantage of somebody or by finding some loophole and exploiting that.
What?
So that's what I'm saying. If you look back at his story, he pioneered a lot of that stuff, a lot of decisions and different things that he was doing.
He started Rockefeller with drug money, right?
Allegedly.
That's not taking advantage of people?
What, being
selling crack to drug addicts in your own community isn't taking advantage of getting
it was the 80s. Hold up. What you could deem as taking advantage of somebody else may look at as survival. So
you survive by taking advantage of people. They're not.
How are you by supply and demand?
Yes, if you supply,
but that's not.
That's literally.
I think that's not what made you.
That's not what made a billionaire though. That's what I'm saying though.
That's what I'm saying. This is very disingenuous of Joe Budden right
here. Yes, he's like sitting here justifying mass murdering, because some of it does lead to their own demise. He's justifying that as survival. Dude could have got a job with an honest living. He didn't have to do that. he wanted to do that because that was fast, easy money. That was exploiting people.
He could have chose a more humble existence, but that would have come with the cost of a more humble existence. So this is where I'm not sure, because we don't have the visual, but the person criticizing billionaires and capitalism, that's Mark Lamont Hill. I'm not sure if it's Joe Budden or someone else that he's talking to mostly, but what I'm saying is particularly disingenuous. If it is Joe Budden, is on his Wikipedia, it's saying that he had a problem with PCP and MDMA, and that he's clean now, or he went to rehab and everything. But he was one of the victims of these people just trying to survive, and he's cool with it. He almost died, but he's cool with it.
Yeah, we got to see who's in the room. Does it all look like this, or they actually show us who's in the room at some point?
No, they can't show us. This is, he showed at the very beginning a little bit of Mark Lamont Hill, but I think he's just keeping the camera on himself, the scores and assists guy for the
it does.
Video.
It says Joe Budden and the crew.
Yeah.
And a lot. So it's not just Joe Budden in there. So we don't actually know who's talking. Besides, I can recognize Mark's voice.
But then
you can see by what he's saying who Mark is.
Even so, if it's one of his co-hosts, that's like sitting next to your buddy who, you know, if you're his friend, was a drug addict, and you're just making the argument that drug dealers have the right to survive by their profession.
Hi, Miss Macy.
What's up, Miss Macy?
And then he said they worked hard. First of all, the people who work hard are the people creating the products, not the people at the top skimming off of it because, well, I started this, so I have a right to take an exorbitant amount of money from the profits and just give you enough to get by. If you're even giving them enough to get by.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are working, like without a livable wage. So
no, that argument
that's
really,
crazy.
That's what I'm talking about when I say they make really awful arguments, and then they're just either stupid or manipulative enough to pretend like their argument is still valid. And it's like you can't just sit there and say because they work hard, but then therefore you can use that very same logic to justify that because the poorly paid working class people work very hard at a lot of the jobs that we do, that we deserve to be paid commensurately. And then there's a complete lack of follow-up with, yes, therefore, because they work hard, they deserve more. But they have to go with the argument of, because they're trying to defend capitalism, they say, yes, they work hard too, but for some reason, they don't deserve to be compensated commensurately. So it just completely falls apart if people go in that direction. And if you don't even have to, you could say, just because you work hard at exploiting someone does not then justify the continued exploitation of somebody or the exploitation at all. Like, because you're good at it means that you get to be bad. Like,
yeah. And I want to address this one. Unc says billionaires get there by pure luck, exploitation, and who you know. Like, the reason I wanted to address this one is because Black Life and I talk about this all the time, how there's enough Black billionaires in this country and Black millionaires in this country for them to actually get together, do something for the Black community, and they won't even notice the money gone. But they can't do that because they are allowed to be in those positions. This system is not set up for them. So if you were lucky enough to become one of these people, and if you try to use that wealth to do something for the Black community, you will lose your wealth. They will tear you down. And that's why they don't do anything, because they want to stay in their little cush with their cush life.
Yep. And that's why you don't hear public admissions about that's why they're staying in their cush life, right? The most important thing about how to stay in that life is to keep your mouth shut about why you're staying like that.
money makes people psychotic.
Mm-hmm.
I forget the name of that company where the CEO took a huge pay cut so he could pay everyone in his company. I think he paid them all $70,000, including himself. But he was like, but by this time I have enough, I have enough money. How much money does one person need? But I think there was some, I can't remember, like it was some backlash to that where they were saying he was like doing that for public gain or something like that. I can't remember.
Usually philanthropy is whatever they give out in actual capital, they get back in social capital, which then gets leveraged for more capital, or they're giving out capital literally to receive more capital through some kind of donation scheme. And it's not the giving out that you think it is.
Right. Exactly. All right, so let me finish. Or let me go back.
No, but so y'all made like 10 arguments. Let me respond to a couple.
Listen to this. I'm gonna break it, simplify it. If I start a t-shirt line, right, and I sell $10 t-shirts, and I sell 100 million t-shirts, I'm a billionaire. Now we can go say, yo, yeah, you made this money off these t-shirts, but there's somebody in Pakistan, or there's somebody in Portugal, or there's somebody in China that may be working under adverse conditions that are not United States standards. And so as a result of that, you are still, I guess, taking advantage of somebody. Yeah. Like if that's the case, then anybody that reaches millionaire status, billionaire status by somebody else's morals is still corrupt.
Got you.
So, okay, a couple things. First to what Jay-Z said. He said that the record industry kind of makes you feel like you're wrong for making money off your art. I think that's right.
I think he said society.
Society, but sure. But it's really the industry people, right? When artists try to monetize their shit like Jay-Z did, they look at you. I agree. And they're often even bigger fish trying to stop you from getting what you I get. But again, that's part of the predatory nature of capitalism, because it's always trying. A small group of people with a lot of resources are always trying to take those or hoard those resources for themselves. They'd rather themselves have all of it or most of it at the expense of everybody else. Like those record company execs, they didn't want Jay-Z to get rich. They didn't want Jay-Z to have millions, much less billions, right? So I agree with him at that point, at that level. I don't have an issue with artists making money off their art. I don't have an issue with people making money or profit. Capitalism isn't the only system where people make money. That's why sometimes when people go, "Hi, you made some money," and you say you don't like capitalism. Well, yeah, there's other social systems where people make money. Like, give me some socialism. You can still have a profit in socialism, right? So it's not that there's no system where you can't make money. The question is to what extent. And I agree with you. If defining the issue isn't the definition of capitalism, it's the consequences of it. And so I would ask, somewhat rhetorically, but whatever, right? Like, is there ever been a capitalist system in the world where there hasn't been a huge gap between people who have and people who don't?
I have a question.
Hold on, let me finish, because y'all said like a lot of things I just want to forget. I'm old. I'm just old. And then I'll stop here. To the billionaire point, the issue, I'm sure Jay-Z works hard. Jay-Z may work harder than everybody up here. Cool. Let's just assume that. The issue for me isn't that, but that kid, to use your example, in Indonesia, or that kid in Latin America or wherever, is also working hard. And it's not just like an arbitrary U.S. standard of comfort. If you're working for $1 an hour, or if you have to work in a factory at 8 years old instead of going to school, I think most human beings would agree that that's an untenable set of circumstances. The issue with extreme amounts of wealth is that wealth depends on that kind of system. You sell 100 million t-shirts. It's hard to sell 100 million t-shirts without someone's labor being exploited. It's hard to get $1 billion, maybe not by putting guns in people's heads, but by investing in systems and companies that do those things, whether it's private security companies, whether it's places people that exploit labor. And that's my issue. I'm not saying, because Jay-Z kind of made a straw man argument in that interview where he's like, well, so a millionaire is bad, but 999,000 is good. It's not that. It's not about the individual people. It's about the system. That's the system itself doesn't allow for
theoretically speaking, then they are equivalent. If you are speaking from just theory, the dollar amounts don't matter. Somebody if you own a company, and to your socialism point too, I disagree, but because the government is getting rich in socialism, the government is the
private wealth though, and you can buy and sell things.
I think you're thinking of communism more. Maybe
you're thinking of communism.
No, I'm talking about socialism. We just Googled it, but capitalism is private ownership, right? Cool, whatever the case may be. But again, you own Uncle Bobby's. Let's say Uncle Bobby's franchise and had 50 Uncle Bobby's around. Now it's relative that Mark is making this certain amount of money, but somebody that's selling the books in Uncle Bobby's is quote unquote being exploited. Now that exploitation is relative because that person that works at Uncle Bobby's might be happy as fuck making $25 an hour working at Uncle Bobby's. Right. But somebody else could come and look at him and say, Mark is only paying you $25 an hour. That's bullshit. bullshit. The same way somebody in China or Indonesia can say, yo, I'm happy as fuck to have this job, but by our standards, they are being exploited.
Is there any standard where we could probably as a community
when it comes to kids and shit like that, I'm just not on board. But that's their way of life in those countries.
It's such a bad argument. It's like, do we even need to address it? You know, it's like if they're stupid and they don't notice how badly they're being treated, and they actually seem to enjoy it, then there's obviously nothing wrong with it. It's like, no, that's really bad. There's no logic there.
I mean, that's even more exploitation, because the person can't defend themselves. They don't have the capability.
Right. Yeah.
So that's even worse.
They don't have capacity. They don't have rights. This is a very important thing.
That's like when people say, when we say, you can't be illegal on stolen land, and then their argument is conquered, not stolen. And then you're like, that's worse, right? That's worse. That is not an argument to be made.
Yeah, we want it fair and square and in contest. It's like, well, not to completely ignore the history of like smallpox and everything. Like, they're just wrong, right? But even if you indulge them, they're still wrong. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think the other thing about the thing, like, it's one thing to go the ableist direction in refuting that about because they don't have the capacity, whatever, to understand. But there's also, that's ignoring all the people who don't like it and are forced to put up with it. And then you're just saying, but maybe they like it. But what if you do the research and find out that they actually don't? Because that's what the research says. None of us like being forced to do shit that we wouldn't otherwise do because we need to do something to survive. That's all we're trying to say is let's create a system so that we have more free time instead of all of our time being stuck doing the necessary things for survival that are necessary for someone else or whatever to maintain a profit, but not necessary for us in our own survival or whatever, other than in the context of chasing money that we're legally expected to use, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't take it into account. That's the way it is.
Sorry, I was trying to swallow.
That's okay. I'm just saying that's all it is at the end of the day. The capitalists don't take into account reality, and then they get to make these statements that are false.
Okay, I pulled it back a little bit.
Bobby's might be happy as fuck making $25 an hour working at Uncle Bobby's. Right. But somebody else can come and look at him and say, Mark is only paying you $25 an hour. That's bullshit. The same way somebody in China or Indonesia can say, yo, I'm happy as fuck to have this job. But by our standards, they are being exploited.
Is there any standard where we could probably as a community?
Yeah, when it comes to kids and shit like that, I'm just not on board. But that's their way of life in those countries.
But you can't make these Nikes without that. The ones I'm wearing too.
True.
We can't do that. So if we say, well, LeBron's a billionaire, yeah, but
there's our standards.
And that's where I'm disagreeing. I'm saying that to suggest that that it's arbitrary. $25 an hour versus 15 might be, depending on what the economy says. But a kid having to work in a factory instead of going to school, just having to work in a factory isn't. Somebody working below a living wage where you can have food, clothing, shelter, even a little bit of recreation, those things I think are reasonable standards that we can all agree people should have.
But LeBron might become a billionaire because of the Nikes, but he's not the one that's setting that up or exploiting that kid in Indonesia.
Exactly. So you make my point.
But I just don't understand how that makes him such a villain.
But what about
I'm just more so understanding it's not necessarily. I'm just trying to.
Here's my response. That's why I don't villainize the billionaire. I'm talking about the system that creates the bill. It's just like if I said schools are fucked up. Right? When I say police are fucked up, policing is fucked up, everybody gets it. Nobody gets mad when I say fuck the police, right? But if I said fuck the teachers, y'all be like, no, I know some great teachers. That don't mean the system ain't fucked up. Sure. For me, it's not about the individual. It's about the kind of system that creates the situation where for me to get this $1 billion, somebody else has to be fucked up.
What about since we're talking about artists and music? What about someone like Drake, who mostly existed in a non-physical medium where there's no sweatshop labor involved, there's no exploitation in that manner? Maybe someone didn't get paid that should have got paid. That's possible. But is he a bad person if he's a billionaire?
Again,
there was no exploitation of labor.
He said the person is not bad.
He said the system. I think that becomes a distraction to the point, right?
Yeah. A lot of advertising in music. If you want to make a product and be successful, you're gonna have to do a shit ton of advertising of your product. There's a lot of people who work in advertising getting exploited just because there's no physical, so-called, like, and you can't get away from the physical aspect. That's the funny thing, right? Like, people think because we're digital, we're not physical. No, everything is physical at the end of the day, no matter what. It's all material, right?
I just, this is such bad faith arguments. It's like, well, it's just the system that I'm living in. Jay-Z's wife Beyonce, she gets her jeans, her whatever collection, that stuff gets made overseas too. She's exploiting people too.
It's just the
Rihanna exploitation. What's her name? What's the white girl's name? She dates Kelsey. Travis Kelsey.
No, they're all in on it. You know, the ones at the top, the wealthiest musicians that we all know the best, they're pretty much all of them involved in some kind of endorsement or exploitation with some factory somewhere. Like or if they're not selling clothes, they're selling booze, right? Like something. There's always something.
Okay.
Drake could be a great person, bad person, whatever. This isn't about Drake or any other billionaire in particular. For me, any more than I know great cops. Right. I know great prison guards. People are wonderful people. It doesn't mean that you're speaking against the system. I know great soldiers. Right. Yeah, but these systems are designed in a way where my success depends on your failure. There has to be winners and losers. I understand. And winners and losers is fine for Powder of the Month. I'm coming. Winners and losers is fine for sports. But when we start talking about social outcomes, where my winning at a certain level, not all level, at a certain level means that somebody's not going to get a house or somebody's not going to have healthcare, which is what happens. Most of the wealth in the world is held by a very, very small number of people. There's no historical evidence that it could be different. I agree it's greed. That's greed. But that's why you need mechanisms in place. But capitalism at its purest doesn't have those mechanisms.
Which is why I said at the beginning, I think the biggest problem is not the capitalism. It's the way that our country in particular, but I'm sure other countries, give these corporations special privileges that they do not give the individual.
So here's dilemma.
Wasn't that at the birth of this nation?
Yes.
And that's what I wanted to speak to.
It was a free market.
I wanted to
free market that needed a whole race of people. But this
what I'm saying.
American capitalism was birthed from the cotton economy, which came through the enslaved
correct. But what I'm saying is, in your circumstance, and I understand what you're saying. In your circumstance, I feel you, like, in the sense of winners and losers. I personally, I just feel like that's life. Life is about winning and losing. That's survival. I feel like that's caveman times. And I understand where you're coming from an idealistic circumstance. It would be nice if everybody was getting everything, but that's now we're removing.
Wait a minute.
Basically
wait one damn minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. He just said, I understand what you're saying from an idealistic standpoint. No, what he said was the way that this country was even able to set up a system that is so exploitive is through enslaved labor. So the country was set up to exploit, and it never stopped. And he's like, well, I understand what you're saying from an idealistic standpoint. What's idealistic about that? That's the truth.
He brings up slavery, and there's like, you're correct about that. But anyways, let's move on real quick, because that's like something I really don't want to talk about right now.
Yeah, right. I can't defend that. So let me act like that didn't happen.
Yeah. Caveman times. Come on.
I personally, I just feel like that's life. Life is about winning and losing. That's survival. I feel like that's caveman times. And I understand where you're coming from an idealistic circumstance. It would be nice if everybody was getting everything, but that's now
caveman times is more survival than actual.
I'm saying you're just removing personal like circumstances and all that different stuff. And to Ish's point too, like our our view of what wonderful life is and like what's the quality of life is different based off where we live. How we live in Jersey is not the same how they live in Indonesia. So to his point, not to say kid, we're not saying kid, but somebody. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying to his point, somebody making $4 or $1 or something like that, they may be that's the system that they mom did, and that's how they live and that's how they survive. The same way somebody being a janitor, not to put at a bookstore, not to put it on your job, is how they take care of and they pay for their family. So like from an idealistic standpoint, I understand, but reasonably, like,
but it's not idealistic. And that's the thing.
Can I just ask you before you go on, because this is my only question? Like, what country or continent has a system that you fucking with?
Okay, before he answers that, this is a very good point, Jacqueline. The capitalist system not only exploits the workers, it exploits the consumers, especially when they charge a fortune for a product that is cheaply made and uses cheap labor. Exactly.
It's a double exploitation often. Not every consumer is a worker, but most of the consumers are workers. So
also, good point is caveman times was much more socialist than what we have now.
that somebody was making that, one of these co-host people or whatever. I don't know who it is because we can't see them, but someone tried to say caveman times wasn't profit though. That was more survival.
Right. Exactly. I don't know who Banks is, Blacklight. I know who D1 is, but I don't know who Banks is. D1 is he was a teacher in New Orleans, and he quit his job teaching to become a full-time rapper. He raps about positivity in the Black community, and he's very successful at it. So here's somebody who was humble, didn't go sell drugs to their community, went and became an educator of children, and then moved on to become a rapper, a positive rapper to the community. He has some really good songs too.
Sure.
But I don't know who Banks is. I don't know if you want to mention who that is.
Maybe on Tuesday, if you want, we can listen to that. If we got a time where we're waiting for people to join. That sounds like it. If we get way more, then yeah, that sounds interesting.
Okay, so now he's asking what kind of system does he think is appropriate. So this is Mark's response.
This is where they always get us.
This is a great question, right? I think the best example are the models where we see for example, you go to Canada, you see a socialist model of healthcare. It works because everybody has access to healthcare. Now, is the line longer? Is the line longer? Yes.
It's still based on capitalism, and that is an.
Our lines are long here in America. Don't get it twisted. Because I, as a caregiver, have to make all these appointments for my mom. And I can attest, sometimes I can't get the appointment till 3, 4 months, 5 months out.
Right. Well, and that's a good point. Yeah. And people's concept of Canada's socialist healthcare system is a little frozen in time. I think they have to look into what's been happening to it recently and over the last decade or two. They've been privatizing by stealth. They really have been. That's why there's such long wait times. It's because they are trying to dismantle the socialist aspect of the healthcare system, which of course makes it less efficient. And then you can blame socialism and not the capitalist trying to dismantle it, which is pretty disingenuous.
Well, let's see what he says, Sean. It says, the stupid fucking argument from the capitalist side, that's still capitalism. Let's see how he says it's still capitalism. Let's see.
That's what I'm saying. They always think they get us but you don't even have an existing model. At least we have something to work with. It's like, no, we need to get away from this if we're going to succeed at all, right?
Let's see. Oh, good, Jacqueline. Her CT scans came back and the results were that she's fine. That's wonderful.
Congratulations.
Socialist model of healthcare. It works because everybody has access to healthcare. Now, is the line longer? Is the line longer? Yes.
It's still based on capitalism, and that is an ideal.
No, but that's the point of it. Let me finish. Because I agree with what you said. Is that you're saying it's not just capitalism; it's how it's kind of being managed.
Yes.
So all the things that are done to manage capitalism
are because of capitalism.
Yeah.
I get it. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's make the corporations pay more. Let's make the rich pay more. Let's have the poor pay less. Let's make public education so that everybody, no matter how much money they have, can still get an education. These are all anti-capitalist moves inside of a capitalist system. These are forms of basically socialism that we're installing to keep capitalism at arm's length. So that's the point. So it's not that capitalism is working. It's that the things that are working are things that are the least capitalist about the system.
But they're still fake. In a theoretical, they're theoretically cute.
What does the United States do? Every time capitalism is failing, they usher in socialism to save capitalism.
No, that was a great point that he was making about you can have anti-capitalist moves in a capitalist system and it doesn't break the mold or whatever. It doesn't
break the capitalist structure.
No, but I'm saying it's not impossible to do. It's like it blows your mind or whatever, but it's real or whatever. You can actually make improvements if we actually chose to do that. But for some reason, everyone's always like, oh, it's impossible for the poor to pay less and for the rich to pay more. And they're just, it's like people are just intellectually lazy. They don't really understand. They don't care anymore.
My girl's aunt just passed away in Canada because they have universal health care, but it's still based on how much money you got. So if you got a certain amount of money, you go to a different hospital and you can be seen immediately. With the universal health care, my girl's people sat in a fucking ER for like 14 hours and didn't get seen because they didn't have no money, and she bled to death in the ER.
And think of all the people in the United States who can't even get to the hospital or who can't afford to get out. But also, let's not make, and rest in peace, let's not make, because Canada's not my point.
I was just touching on your point.
That's a fair point.
In Portugal, they got universal. It's still based on money. The motherfuckers with the bread get seen first and they get better care.
Yep. So
that's across
the
board.
What would be better? That makes your point.
Y'all making his point.
No,
Thank you.
Yes, you are.
The system would be better. The system would be better according to what you're saying if she got seen despite not having enough money.
At the start of this nation, the birth of America, they utilized a certain level of the system, and they took what they needed to take from it to make it seem like it's actually operating for all of us, and it's not. So it's never.
I agree.
That's been the consistency of our nation. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with someone becoming a billionaire, but at some point we have to address the system from day one has been fucked up, and it's not there to help the lower class or anybody from that point proceed forward. And because there are people who know how to play into the game a little better than others, you always shit on the little man.
I'm not,
and that's just the system of capitalism in respects to the United States of America.
And that's my point that I'm trying to make. That's not a United States thing.
I agree.
That is a world thing.
Capitalism is global. That's the problem.
That's a world thing. To Jay-Z's point, I'm not living in an idealistic society. I live in a real society, and I'm going to play by the rules that society have set forth, because Antoine Marby is not going to live long enough to rewrite the rules of society. So I'm not going to be mediocre for this moral ideal and have my children be me.
This seems
I
to
want
be
to see
like,
his name so I can look him up.
right. This seems to be the core issue. I think that's like, maybe that's a little presumptuous or whatever, but this is like what, like that's where the turn happens, you know? People say because we live in a brutal world, we should therefore
brutalize people,
not try and make it better. So
we should just start brutalizing people too. Let's normalize it.
Yeah, there's definitely something right there. I think I want to try and do some, keep that in my mind as if not the fulcrum, it's one of the turning points that sends people. This is in my mind, whatever. That's one of the division points between if you go left or you go right.
Okay, let me see what his name is.
Forth, because Antoine Marby is not.
Okay, give me a second so I could Google him, and then I'll let it play.
Okay.
Why he spells his name on Antoine? All right, I'm gonna let it play.
Okay.
I'm going to live long enough to rewrite the rules of society. So I'm not going to be mediocre for this moral ideal and have my children be mediocre for this moral ideal that I might find unfair. No, if I play basketball and the nigga tell me I could take 3 steps for my layup, guess what the fuck I'm going to take? I'm going to take 3 steps. I ain't going to say, nah, yo, it's you only supposed to take 2 steps.
What's the fight? I think everybody up here wants to be able to take advantage of the moment and do what they can do. But you can also point out, now I don't agree with Mark was saying there should be no billionaires, but you can also point out that we live in a fucked up system.
One time you said, yo, you don't think that there could be a billionaire that's a good or something along that point.
I don't think you become a billionaire in an entirely ethical way is what I said. And that's still my point. It's not changing. What I'm saying is, though, people focus on that and then they focus on the individual character of the billionaires, and it becomes a distraction to the more important point, which is the system. I still hold on to the point.
But the system is broken.
But to the topic of the conversation, his whole thing is, and Manny brought up a great point of what he said is he doesn't see the way to keep me here. Well, no, he said he's not seeing the world. I know what to do. He's not seeing the world for what he wants it to be. He's seeing it for what it is. He also says that.
Body in front of his wife.
My fault. I ain't my fault. All I'm saying is. Look, all I'm saying is. He went like this. Nigga went. All I'm gonna say is, Jay.
Feminism.
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's right. All I'm saying is, Jay, at every point, also
got a little
Base 44
incoherent
super
there.
The next thing you can't live without.
Obviously, people are excited. Wherever there's chords have been struck, you know. You ready to go again? I was just saying earlier, the guy was making an argument, and the reason why we can't change anything is because I'm an individual. Basically, I am not going to be able to live long enough to change everything. So therefore, because I'm an individual, there's no such thing as collective action.
I didn't realize I was on mute. Okay, I was saying that now the comment that Sean made earlier, I didn't put it up because I didn't understand it. I think he was saying something like Ish is tripping. So Antoine Marby's nickname is Ish.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, so let me hit play again, and then I'll show you who he is in a little bit.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it seems as if at every point when he had an opportunity to reach back or correct the system when it was taking advantage of somebody, or he could lift somebody up and give them an opportunity or give them a chance, he went out his way to do that. So I understand what you're saying. It's a system thing. It's not him personally. He's speaking on him as somebody who came from the lower class that also has now made it to billionaire status, trying to understand, well, y'all didn't think I was a bad person when I was in Marcy Projects. Now y'all saying I'm a bad person because I'm doing all that stuff. And he's using his situation to put other people on, which, in my opinion, is more so, I'm not gonna say it's influencing billionaires because I know billionaires do what they want to do, but I'm saying he's showing, at least how you, when you get on, how you carry.
There are certainly better and worse ways to be a billionaire. There's no doubt about that.
I just don't because he speaks against a system that he operates.
Yeah,
right.
he has no choice. What else would I do? If the system,
that's all Jay's saying, though.
Yeah, no, but Jay's not. That is what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. I'm disagreeing with what he's saying. He's not just a helpless cog in the machine. There are lots of things you can do when you have billions of dollars, other than just be somebody with billions of dollars. But also, there's a level of some of them, and some of them he's not going to. And I'm not saying make the black billionaire the first dude that has to follow the sword. No. Again, that's why I'm focusing on the system.
What are all these things that you think that he should do? Like give the money away?
No, you can't change the system. Ask the Palestinians. You can't change the system from being out.
Oh, he said, ask the Palestinians. You can't change the system. Wow. Sean says Ish used to be called the stick-up kid, supposedly. So what? So he sounds like he's totally down with exploitation. Because what does a stick-up kid mean?
Yeah. Good point. What was I gonna say?
You see how he says you can't, right here it says you can't change. Let me move this comment so you can read it. You can't change the system from being outside the system. That sounds like somebody telling you to become a Democratic congressperson so you could change the system within. No, the system changes you. It's not possible.
It's a little funny for the way I'm reading it. It's imagine being a person inside of a cage and you get stuck in there so long you don't really actually want to go out anymore. And someone comes out from the outside of the cage, the system, and they open the door of the cage for you. So you can change the nature of the cage from the outside, maybe more so than you can from the inside, depending on how it's designed.
Interesting.
So, what I was gonna say though earlier was about morality and how a lot of people it is more effective, it seems, to attack the capitalism, the system as an impersonal thing and not really get into people's moral complicity, because morality under capitalism is kind of nonsensical. It's not really a thing anyway. And so Marx's thing for morality is it's not really I'm not sure if he really wrote a lot about it. I have to look into it, read more. It's a goddamn super long books, but I think that a lot of Marxists have taken it to be I like to say we need to be irreligious. People are sort of we can't be thinking more moralistically because capitalism is completely amoral, and so that's trying to follow the rules of a game that you're supposed to cheat to play, kind of thing. So
now I gotta go watch the opening credits for Political Matrix.
I started to be long-winded, but personally, I think that it's wrong to be trying to treat capitalism like an impersonal machine-like system that was not created by human beings. The metaphor would be a robot and the AI and stuff. It might be a robot. It might be impersonal, but it does what the human being designs it to do specifically. And so there is a moral component.
Mm-hmm. Jacqueline, his name is Van Jones.
And because they're defending themselves, like I'm a bad guy all of a sudden because I'm trying to make money, whatever. How dare you? It's like because they're trying to defend from a moral standpoint, you know.
Or I guess Van, the Zion man. He is definitely a Zionist. Man, he changed. Okay, here we go.
Side decision.
You about to get extra
No, listen. You can't change the system from outside.
You gotta go, yo.
You have to get inside the system to slowly make modifications.
So like dismantle the clan from the inside.
I do what you said.
You said some things you can't. No, I'm saying some systems so evil you can't.
But Mark, even to your point, the way you got into the system, we could look at as, like you said, you utilize a lot of the shit that you was doing, which would be deemed as fucking up the community, and to actually put yourself in this position to become this billionaire. Mm-hmm. To me, your start already is kind of fucked up.
That's my point.
And that's why I said, it's one thing to say, I'm going to go ahead and make t-shirts, and then there's going to be someone else that might not get the full pay worth doing it, than saying, I'm going to start my brand by selling drugs.
Yeah, people making cocaine are also not going to
I want you to go. So
yeah, I
just want to say this. I'm really fucking tired of people just judging people like nobody's fucking perfect. Like that shit is so crazy.
Hold on.
It's not judgment. It's not a whole thing.
I love you. I'm gonna go. Peace.
So now he doesn't want any accountability, no judgment. Like
nobody's perfect, man. So this is
right.
I was thinking about.
He sounds defeated. His argument.
There's this saying is like you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, as a reason why we can't be idealistic, right? So we should go for the good instead of the perfect, whatever is more achievable. But this is kind of like the reverse of that. It's like nobody's perfect, so people like we shouldn't do anything about the worst of us, right? It's like a reverse. I see a reversal of that, but maybe I just anyway.
I did not know this about Mark. Sean is saying Mark was in a cult when he was younger. That's why he could see it. He could see the brainwashing. I did not know he was in a cult when he was younger. I wonder from his something he was brought up in through his parents or something he stumbled upon. That is interesting. Something I definitely want to look into that.
Yeah, I just get a little tired of cults. I did that my little rabbit hole, whatever, on cults, and basically I think that the CIA and them they allow cults to flourish. They benefit from them, so they're all over the place wherever they want more of them because it fucks people up.
Oh, Taylor Swift is the lady I was talking about earlier too.
Mouse says, I don't know what happened to Van. He was a Maoist who helped Prince run his secret charity foundation. What a loser sellout. Wow, really? I had no idea that he had such a history either. Just like Wesley's.
Yep. And hi, Mousy, by the way.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, here we go. Take it easy.
But I'm saying, I'm like, bro, like we can't just be judging people by the worst parts of their story or the worst parts of their character. I think it's commendable.
And that's how I feel. I told you on boots. Yo,
I think it's commendable that I was doing this one thing. I saw the deficiencies in the system, and I'm trying to correct the system.
Y'all picking and choosing. Let me explain why I think you're picking and choosing, right? We had a conversation up here.
Thank you, B-Dot.
Please, B-Dot.
We had a conversation up here where we clowned somebody for doing what we felt he needed to do to try to get himself out of his rut, right? Sadly enough for him, he got caught up in the midst of it where he's not able to actually see the fruits of that come to life, right? And everyone had the whole conversation of,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Me either.
The Geechee Gotti shit.
Okay.
Right? So when everybody started to talk about it, there was two sides people sat on. We sat on the side of, yo, that's just what he has to do to kind of get himself out of a rut.
Oh, I didn't sit on that side.
Joe didn't. I know, but I just saw you were just shaking like when Zaya said what he said as far as holding somebody to the worst of their stories. I don't think that's the case. What we're doing, we just pointing out the fact that is a part of your story and what got you to this point. There's also a lot of billionaires who did not go that route, and they did not affect the community in that way. Now, I do think Jay's effect on the community positively outweighs anything that he might have did negatively in the past. But it is something worth mentioning if we're going to go ahead and criticize a lot of other people who are doing the same.
Not to me.
I don't agree.
And for the record, I totally disagree with Mark about he has no choice but to operate in it. What else can you do?
Well, he doesn't have to.
Yo, dog, let me tell you something.
No,
my nigga. if you look at somebody's story, and we all know these people, so this ain't even a foreign concept. I know people that at 13 and 14 years old, my man told me when we was little, he went home, they only had a head of lettuce and a bottle of ketchup in the refrigerator. It's a true story. So my nigga, I can't, because I've never went home and didn't have food. I can't now tell this kid what choices he should and shouldn't make from a morality standpoint. It is bullshit. So if this person, yeah, basically armchair quarterback. So if this person now at 14 years old goes outside and they say, yo, I'm gonna pay you $50 a day to be a lookout. You got 2 sisters, right? Now I can feed my sisters, which is $50. We got some food now.
Survival.
And now I start getting older and older. Yo, take this package over there to blah, blah, blah. Tell him he gonna get you, come back with that. Yo, as a result.
But what causes that?
You see
capitalism.
But specifically poverty, which is intentional under capitalism, and it can never go away because they need it, right? Is what is used to justify bad morality is good now, right? So it's used to invert our moral compass. So poverty is used to corrupt us. This is one thing I have a saying. Maybe I'm probably the first person to say it, whatever. But it's like, power corrupts, but so does powerlessness. People don't quite get that part, right? Everyone understands power corrupts.
That was a yeah, I like that. Power corrupts, but so does powerlessness. That's very accurate.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay. So you said, yo, as a result.
Now, you can't tell this person at 15, 16 years old that they could go get a job. That sounds like that Republican bullshit that they tell you, yo, you could have made better choices. Yo, dog, when you 15, 16, you live in these communities, my nigga, you get what the community offers. You can't go outside of your community and make other options or alternatives to put food on your table.
But
you got to take what's given.
What you do at 15 and 16 also steers you into the path that you end up.
That's it. It ends like that. It's a bit abrupt.
Interesting.
Yeah. But that gives us an insight as to, well, if you want to get to, I didn't share with you the link actually.
Well, while you're sending it to me, I'll show you. This is Ish.
Okay.
I recognize his face. I just didn't know his name. Antoine Ish Marby. This is a video, so I'm not gonna play the video or whatever. But he opens up about co-hosting the wildly popular The Budding podcast. The commentator also talks about work as an entrepreneur and real estate investor with over 2 decades of expertise in both the real estate and construction industry.
2 decades of expertise at robbing people through housing. Housing people are like mafia people. I don't know why people respect them. It's all about the look.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. All right, so you sent it to me in the private chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You set this up.
Now, so this is...
That was an interesting conversation.
We're going from more neutral... observing the original source, and we're going into the socialist. We're dragging you guys to the left. If you're I don't know.
Come with us. Oh, this is the one. Okay, this is what I thought we were going to be. Okay, yeah, cool. That's good. Ooh. Okay, so this is Bad Faith with Bree, and she's Black Socialist versus Black Capitalist with
Brianna
Dr.
Joy.
Well,
for anyone who doesn't know,
yeah, don't they call her?
Does, but for anyone,
okay, yeah,
in the whoever's watching the late show later, wherever, who might not know
who Bree is. Yeah, they call her Bree though for short, right?
Yeah, she's a very beautiful political commentator who's a little too close to the center for the likes of many people such as me, but still appreciate.
She, she doesn't ruffle feathers. She's like very demure and calm, and
she has a role, right? Like she can maybe communicate with people that I could never, because I like to crash out and stuff, right? So it's
and she's, I don't know how she does it, but she does it. Okay, so here we go. Let's see.
An all-star panel of Black socialists assembled for you here today to take on one of the most viral clips of the last week or so. You might have caught it. Mark Lamont Hill, who seems to be the lone socialist over on the Joe Budden podcast, a very popular, what do you call it, Black culture podcast, I guess you would call it, erupted into a conversation about socialism versus capitalism, and basically got Black Twitter in a total firestorm about the definition of these terms and whether or not Black folks should be defending the likes of Jay-Z, who is the quintessential Black billionaire who provoked this entire conversation. Assembled to talk about this subject with us today on Bad Faith Podcast is Paul Prescott. You know him as a contributing editor to Jacobin Magazine and a staffer at Labor Notes. Welcome, Paul.
Great to be here.
You have Professor Jared Ball, who is a professor of Africana and Media Studies at Morgan State and also the host of podcast I Mix What I Like. Welcome back, Dr. Ball.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And last but not least, returning to Bad Faith Podcast after quite some time, we have Q Anthony Ali, who is a freelance writer from our neighbor to the north, but no longer based in Canada, right?
No longer based in Canada. I'm in Beijing, China now.
Well, it's even more of an honor for us to have you then, knowing that you have to wake up so early in the morning to be able to join us. We really appreciate it.
That's no problem.
Wasn't Bree like she was a spokesperson for Bernie Sanders at one point or something?
I think so. She was part of his campaign. So there was a lot of people who were taken in by Bernie. And so that's where I was saying she's a little bit more closer to the center than I'd like, but there's always hope, right? As long as people are thinking,
she's pretty socialist, I think. But I think she's just so calm about it.
She might be going more left. Whatever. I don't observe her as much. Like, I'm not sitting here watching her podcast like I do with all the others that I have been.
Cowboy's been lurking. He said she was the campaign manager for Bernie. I knew she did something with him.
That's where she might be. That's from not to stereotype, whatever, but or pigeonhole. I think she's more of a social democrat, and I don't understand why people have such reluctance to go a little bit more hardline, the militant, working class, Marxist-Leninist kind of. The harder approach, because the softer approach is this social democracy stuff. But I guess it's because there might be a lot of ignorance to like the Marxist-Leninist literature and stuff. Documents this long history of the failures of social democrats and their betrayals of the working class. And so we're very wary of them, having known that. Although I don't necessarily want to call myself a Marxist-Leninist, but I'm saying people who have read that stuff are more understanding, are giving plausibility to the argument that social democrats can't be trusted, and people who don't give Marxist or Lenin or Stalin any credibility, or Mao, they think that those people are barbaric, wherever they don't want to read their work. They don't understand what we think is wrong with social democracy. So.
All right, let's see what she has to say.
All right, let's get right into it. Let's start by just playing the first few minutes of this clip to orient the audience who might not be privy to this controversy.
We've already heard it, right? So, that's what you were saying.
To level 4 before?
Exactly. That's why I'm saying we had to take that whole detour of showing things.
Showing it before we got to this. Okay, I wasn't quite understanding. Okay, got it.
Okay, let's pause it there. Now that was I wrote down, let's get to 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and I already have a throbbing vein in my temple. I saw you guys, all your expressions as we were watching that. Who wants to go first? Paul, I see you nodding. Which part of this, maybe we should start with just the Jay-Z clip in and of itself. Jay-Z makes a couple of points. He says he didn't get here by taking advantage of anyone, of any loopholes in the capitalist structure, that he earned his money, to sum it up, fair and square, and that capitalism is something different from exploitation. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I think there's really just no way. Once you reach a certain point, like if you're going to be owning a company, whether you're a millionaire.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Jacqueline, you don't see that green microphone that Bree has? Everybody's like perving on Bree because she's so pretty.
We tend to worship her a little bit as straight men. We tend to be. I would be anything to be anywhere close to her. That would be great.
Black Life is in the comments too. Shoot, I was too.
That's the online thing, right? Men watching are creepers.
And who else? Oh, Sean, yep. Well, I'm creeping on her a little bit too, so it's all good.
I'm sure a billionaire. There's no way you get there without exploitation. And it depends how you define it. I think the people on this podcast are thinking of it. If I'm not like shooting my workers or whatever, being the worst boss in the world, therefore I'm not exploiting them. But it's a simple fact. I like to use the analogy of a company like UPS. I used to work with Teamsters. The CEO is not a billionaire, but a multimillionaire. And it's like, okay, so every single day there are drivers busting their ass delivering packages to your door. There's people that you don't see sorting the packages in difficult conditions every single day. So you're really telling me the CEO works that much harder than these workers who at most, if you're a driver, a veteran driver, you can make almost $100,000 a year. But a CEO is making like $14 million a year. So you're saying the CEO works that much harder than the workers every single day who are actually doing the work. That's exploitation. Even if she's a nice person, even if she, says good morning every day and is nice and whatever and respects her workers, it's just built in. So there's no way you're going to be getting that much money off the backs of someone labor who's actually doing the work. That would be the short answer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing you. Obviously, I think we all agree about the substance of this. But just to play devil's advocate here, I think there's something about the word exploitation that is lost in translation. It seems, I mean, to your point, Paul, that they're imagining some overlord on the workhouse floor with a whip saying, pick the packages up faster. And anything short of that is just fair. I mean, later on, as we'll hear, there's an insistence that Jay-Z works extremely hard and that he is very much a genius. I think when we're talking about creatives, the conversation can get even more complicated because there is this sense that there's a sort of individual greatness that merits, that is not duplicable and that merits more money than could possibly be justified by a paper pusher CEO at a place like FedEx or UPS or what have you. So that's one aspect of it. But then I found myself listening to this and thinking, well, they've never heard the analogy about, where does capital come from? If I'm a capitalist, I have the money to buy the materials to build the table. I hire a worker to build the table, but the surplus value comes from the fact that his labor turned a pile of wood into a table. I think he wouldn't have been able to do without me having bought the wood in the first place, but why do I have access to the money that bought the wood? And short of Mark having the time and space to sort of like run through that, I don't know, and I want to open it up to the other two of you. How would you communicate what we mean by exploitation when there's obviously this communication gap happening there?
I mean, the first place I would have gone. I was gonna say, the first place I would have gone is when Jay says that he didn't take advantage of people. It's like, well, bro, you used to brag about selling crack in your community. How many? What kind of a wake of like the carcasses of artists' careers did you leave behind you to get to where you are? The amount of artists that you used to work with who were left pretty much dead broke by working with you, and the kind of constructs they had. The fact that Rock Nation employees are basically paid like Amazon wages. There's no way that you can say that you didn't take advantage of people. To get the Barclays Arena built, you basically pitched the people in Brooklyn neighborhoods on the idea that they wouldn't be sharing in the prosperity of that team. And what are they getting out of that team now besides zoning laws, evictions, and property values?
I didn't even think about that part. Oh,
That's
yeah, the Barclays Center. Well, first of all, it was subsidized by taxpayers' dollars. So you're exploiting taxpayers. They do that with all those all those big stadiums, all get subsidies.
Mm-hmm.
and then you got to turn around after you invested in building the building against your will, by the way. Then if you want to go take advantage of the building that you spent your hard-earned dollars to build, you have to pay a ticket for that, and the tickets ain't cheap. So they're exploiting you every time you go to one of those stadiums. But okay, I digress.
It's going up and rents going up they have nothing to show for it. So there's absolutely no way that somebody like Jay-Z can say that he didn't take advantage of anybody. But moreover to the point, a lot of these guys get really mixed up when they start confusing commerce with capitalism. The idea that people buying and selling goods in exchange for money, they think that is capitalism. Unfortunately, given that Black people themselves used to be capital. I mean, I'm not Black American. I'm of Jamaican background, but my ancestors were slaves. My ancestors were sold, where they're kidnapped from Ghana and sold at port in Jamaica. Some of my ancestors took part in slave rebellions in Jamaica. We were human capital. Capitalism was literally built on the backs of Black slave labor. The sugarcane plantations, the indigo plantations, the cotton plantations, that is what built what we know today as capitalism. That is what took Europe from feudalism and mercantilism into modern day capitalism. The blood, sweat, tears, and treasure of Black people was what fueled the Industrial Revolution. So to say that capitalism is Black people's birthright is wild to me, because the birthrights that were passed down in capitalism were Black people. That's kind of nuts. To then say that that there's a problem with socialism, it's almost like they want to believe that socialism means that we're all equally broke. It's the politics of Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, and that's simply not what it is. The difference between capitalism and socialism as a progression to communism is simply this: when the workers, as you said, Brianna, turn a pile of wood into furniture, there's two types of value here. There's use value, that is the use that somebody gets out of using that table once they purchased it. There's exchange value, what they're willing to pay for that table that was built. Now, the surplus value, that is the amount that exchange value is worth more than the use value, that is the wholesale price of the good versus what they pay retail, or however you want to describe it. That difference is what is surplus value. So the question is, where does that surplus value belong? Does this surplus value belong to the worker, or does it get funneled up to the owner? That is simply the question that socialism is looking to answer. Who ends up receiving the surplus value out of the goods that we create? And the answer is, well, it must belong to the workers, because without their value in producing goods and providing services, then there simply is no value. To say that the owner works very hard is one thing. I mean, sure, yeah, I guess you could say that owners do work hard. Their labor is different. But in many ways, it parasitizes the labor of the workers. They are simply feeding off of the profits that the workers generate. If workers aren't making things, then you simply have nothing to sell. Therefore, nothing gets exchanged. No money is made.
Yeah, so my question, Michael, is, okay, at what point, once you've recouped the money that you invested into buying the table, yada, 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 right? And then received a fair amount of profit for your investment. At what point does that profit evolve from a fair amount of profit to exploitation?
Right. So this is where, when you really get into the nitty gritty of the socialist transition stuff, there's a kind of seeming necessary apologetics for limited exploitation, and that's not made very explicit. Obviously, I think because that would discourage people from wanting to adopt it, because then you'd point it and say, oh, look, they're defenders of exploitation too. It's like, so, but it might be a contradiction that's unresolved, as far as this is one of the things that is weakening socialism in general. You know, like we need to adjust our praxis by learning. So when we identify these kinds of things, instead of shying away from them and saying, oh, just say good things about socialism, or don't, otherwise you might be helping the enemy, or you might actually be the enemy. Who knows? You know, it's like there are problems with socialism. We're people, human beings are fallible. We're trying to create a better system, but the fact that we are fallible means that our attempts to create a better system result in trial and error. And so that's like, I don't understand why. It's very obviously a bias that people have, that they want to give the capitalists. They said it's so fair to you got to treat them with such fairness or whatever. But then when we're trying to make a better system and we fail and cause mistakes, got to be very unfair to the socialists for trying. You know, what is that?
Interesting. Okay, let's see what other responses are.
Yeah, it's just a pile of wood. I mean, I find myself in these arguments with, conservatives and libertarians over the course of my life. And I, as someone who sort of jokes about not reading theory, find myself constantly just doing the surplus theory of value narrativizing with people, because I don't know I don't know a clearer way to demonstrate the lack of value that comes from owning capital, just being and also just the reality of just having the capital as your value. Right? Like when you narrativize it like that, just having the resources to having gotten that pile of wood. And people are imagining in their head, like, oh, you go into the tree, like you go into the forest and I've somehow put some labor in to chop down the wood. No. You bought, like, your value was just that you already had money. And now we have to start asking the question, where did your money come from? And the Jay-Z example, it's just selling drugs. And some other more traditional example, the Kennedys, it's that we were bootleggers, you were some mafia family, or you were involved in the slave trade. You look at all of these old historical American corporations, and it's difficult to find one that wasn't involved in some nefarious source. So then when you start to demystify the source of the capital, it becomes even more pernicious. The idea that we're investing value in the quality of simply having had money. And that's before you even get to the enormous proportion of billionaires that, quote unquote, earn their money, receive their money via inheritance. Okay. Sorry, Dr. Ball, I'm monopolizing. Get in here.
No, it's all good. For the two quick points I wanted to make were that one, the analysis that we just heard from Paul and Q is not possible in a space like the Joe Budden podcast, and this is done by design, and this is part of the problem in the first place, where conversations that move into more serious and maybe more complicated areas are never given the room to breathe and to take place in ways that they should in the first place. So in an old style sort of media analysis of the situation, Mark is already in a setup position from jump, and I don't know. As I was watching it, I was going through all kinds of crises internally, trying to answer in my own mind, how would I respond to that moment?
Okay, I just wanted to pause to say, to tell Miss Macy, take care of the kitties.
Oh, yeah, under a severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, they're probably very scared.
Hope you're okay, too.
Yep.
The weather's going crazy a lot for all over the place.
Okay.
Here too. Yeah.
And I would have failed miserably. Yeah. And that's in part by design. So if we even look at the political economy of the Joe Budden podcast as a product and look at it from investment and platforming and algorithm, it is by design a space where these conversations are meant to go exactly as they did. The other thing, the other point I just wanted to raise quickly is that, because I was admittedly embarrassingly familiar with Jay-Z's career up and through the Black Album, I would have to say I was even a fan. And he was, I used to call my greatest contradiction.
So safe space.
Yeah. Thank you. But because I would acknowledge, like, politically, we are wildly in different spaces, but I just was always often enthralled with his work. But the point, so I'm saying that to say that I know very well that one of the very carefully crafted narratives that he both carried and then promoted was these mythologies around Black capitalism and entrepreneurialism as salvation to the problems facing Black people, but that he crafted it in such a way that in taking, something that was somewhat of a cliche in rap music, but doing it in, I think, very well, this idea that I'm coming from the bottom and doing things that and overcoming a situation, doing what I have to do to get there. So even if I am harming my own community, to do this, it is presented as an essential, necessary overcoming, even a success story.
Exactly.
That is, as he said, is necessary so that he can help people. How can I help the poor if I'm one of them? Was that argument? Now,
exactly. Black Life. I think my mom is blowing at you. If you can go check. Oh, she's blowing again. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I liked his I'm not gonna lie, I did like, forget the name of the song. It was a while ago. It was like a song he wrote about his first girl that left him. She dodged a bullet. And how he felt so bad because he was doing her so wrong, and she just got sick of it and left him.
Why do men do that?
She was with him when he didn't have anything.
Yeah.
And Jaguar Wright can't
least.
Stop talking about him.
There's something seriously fucked up about that.
Jaguar Wright reads him for filth any chance she can get. She used to be one of his backup singers, so she knows him personally and intimately. Not that kind of intimate, but she knows he's a snake.
It's got to do with this stuff, I guess. That the world is brutal, and so you gotta just learn to live with it.
Sean. All right, here we go.
Now, of course, the best way to help the poor is to get rid of the rich. And this is part of the analysis that falls flat. So I couldn't help but laughing, and because I do know a little bit of the lore of the Joe Budden podcast, that, even as that transition occurred in the clip you played, when Ish kind of points out that, Mark's the one that wants to get rid of the billionaires. It's like, and in the whole room, you could just feel like a whole room of people turning their focus, be like, what? Because, the idea is, and they're even saying in the conversation, we know we're not going to be billionaires, but the idea that we might is so enticing and has been so well promoted and imposed on us over such a long period of time that as one of Rockefeller's disciples said, that's the point, that a scattered success breeds universal hope. And that's what we see in those kinds of discussions. So it's important that we have other spaces where we can go to have a more productive conversation about these things, and maybe not that I have hopes that it would trickle back into those other spaces and impact them, but that might inform someone who might have suffered that discussion unnecessarily as we have.
That's a really good point. They let a few get through to make everybody else feel like, oh, I could do it too. No, you can't.
Just enough.
No, you can't. Just enough to entice you.
To give them something to propagandize,
Wesley makes a book. According to our 13th Amendment, you have to be convicted before you're enslaved. Yeah, I was looking the other day. I was reading about this. A lot of these prisons are privatized, and this prison sued the state or something because in their contract with the state is supposed to make sure that they have at least 80% of their beds full at all times. And they only had 50% of their beds full. So they were suing the state for the money that they were losing by the police not locking up enough people. That's crazy.
And
that's capitalism.
If it's not crazy enough, people gotta try and defend this stuff.
They'll just bring back bagels, especially with all the with the unemployment rate going up.
For sure.
Yeah, well, to that point, look, every time one of these moments pops up, usually because of Mark, because Mark is the only one, God bless him. Well, I won't say he's the only one with sense, but he's the only one that I agree with politically. Let's put it that way. So there was another one of these skirmishes around feminism where Mark said, of course, I'm a feminist. And everyone else was like, I support equal rights for women, but I'm not a woman, so I can't be like that. That's the level of discourse. And every time some stuff like that happens, Mark ends up being like, or people end up saying Mark shouldn't be on that show. Like, I don't know why he's there. Like, he's too good for the show. I don't know that I agree. I think that it's tough, and it's a tough road to hoe for him. But ultimately, I'm glad that the audience of that show is exposed to Mark. And I was very pleasantly surprised, at least on Twitter, how many people did align with Mark. It was interesting the way that this idea that there are no good billionaires was in the room before Mark opened his mouth. The white podcast guy to the left, sorry if you're listening and not watching, but he was the one that kind of introduced the idea that, yeah, some of my friends think that billionaires shouldn't exist. And then, to your point, Dr. Ball, Ish, or whomever else was like, oh, Mark thinks that too. Mark thinks that too. But it's obviously something that's in the zeitgeist. I don't know if it's because of the Bernie runs. I don't know if it's because of I Do Not Dream of Labor TikTok, but it's not a novel concept. And there's an appetite. There's definitely an appetite in the room for the conversation. The other thing I wanted to pick up on that you said, Dr. Ball, is this idea that, how did you put it, was very eloquent, scattered success
breeds universal hope. And I'm quoting Rockefeller, and I'm getting it from Marissa Baradaran's book. I just can't remember. I always forget. I think it's Buckley who said it. William Buff Buckley, I think, who said it. And by the way, please call me Jared. Please call me Jared. Okay. I will ask again if you don't mind, if it's at all possible.
Okay, Jared.
But yeah, but it was that I just want to give Baradaran credit for where I got the quote and initially, but yeah. Yeah,
this is also, I think, kind of perhaps unique. It feels at least very, very common, very prevalent within the Black community in particular. There's this idea that everyone else has always been allowed to get ahead. And now that we have equality, within 50 years of the civil rights movement, suddenly we're all supposed to say capitalism is bad before we have an opportunity to get our little piece of the exploitation too. And there's something that feels very unfair to be having a conversation about why there should be no billionaires to like the fourth Black billionaire that's ever existed. I mean, I'm making up numbers, but you know what I mean? Like that's the argument. And to your point, maybe this is a good time to play the Jay-Z clip. I saw there's a young Black creator called @SeanDeBlack who had a lovely analysis of all of this. And he had pulled a conversation from Jay-Z on what looks like an X thread. What do you call it? The X.
I still call it Twitter, so
yeah,
I don't even know.
Yeah, just on GP.
No, but when it's like a Twitter conversation, it's like Twitter, it's like call in for Twitter. Anyway, the podcast embedded Spaces.
Right.
Yeah, Twitter Spaces. This Jay-Z clip where he's doing the exact sort of sophistry that you described, Jared, using his identity and experience to sell this idea that he's entitled to being a billionaire.
ChatGPT, what's a future-proof business in 2025?
ChatGPT.
A future-proof business in 2025 is Airbnb co-listing.
What were you saying?
I was just saying, you can't get enough ChatGPT, can you?
Yeah, this video is blocked too.
Yeah.
So I guess we just have to.
Kind of became like a Trump ramble at the end. It was like, where's this going? I find it really funny, this idea. I don't know where this is coming from, that somehow it's the white capitalists who are telling Black people capitalism is bad to keep them down. I'm like, I assure you, white capitalists really love that there is a podcast full of Black guys talking about capitalism. I assure you they love it.
Yeah.
So I don't know where that is coming from, but it's kind of funny to me.
And Jay-Z made a lot of money for a lot of rich people, like on his way too. So this idea that he did something that the industry and that the economy doesn't want is absurd. And meanwhile, Marcy projects are still there. And for someone of a similar age, I think he's again misusing the term tricknology. And I think he's doing to tricknology what the right has done to woke. Tricknology was not meant to convince young Black kids to.
What is tricknology?
the way I remember it, it was born out of the Clarence 13X, God, Nation of Gods on the Earth, offshoot of the Nation of Islam. That kind of ideology, and the idea was that tricknology is the white man and white supremacy's mechanism of tricking black people to work against themselves. So tricknology, and then so J. Rue the Damager has some classic tracks talk about his fight against tricknology and all of this. Like there's all so for Jay-Z to turn around and throw this back at us, as a way to defend him doing what tricknology was meant to keep us from doing is diabolical.
And he's a tricknologist.
Exactly. So he's carrying exactly. He is carrying the tricknology mentality or argument or ideology for the tricknologists to the people themselves. It's which is of course the role he ultimately has ever only played and championed in his music. Yeah.
You know what's wild though? Like the idea of tricknology. I mean, that was a concept that was brought in through the Nation of Islam and propagated by the 5% Nation or the Nation of Gods and Earth. But the idea was that the white man who was created on the island of Patmos by a scientist named Yakub created the white man with inspiration from the devil to spread barbarity, chaos, and corruption throughout the world. And really, what is capitalism besides that? So literally, up the ball. Sorry, Jared, you're basically like what Jay-Z is describing. And the way that he is selling capitalism to this audience literally is tricknology.
I mean, the man literally said they used to call us nigga and monkey, and now they call us capitalists.
Well, the thing is, but black people here's the thing. Black people are not by and large capitalists because black people own no capital. People think that capital is money. Capital is not money. Capital is property. So, for example, if you own a factory and the factory produces furniture, the factory is capital. The devices that produce the furniture are capital. The workers that operate the machines that produce the furniture are also a form of capital.
Capital is not
Black
money.
people ourselves, we're human capital.
Oh shucks! What I just did.
Now we're gonna have to figure out where we were, but I think this is something that I want. I do have a little bit of a. He says at some point in the video, capital is not money. It's like the resources and things and the human labor.
Said capital. I thought he said it doesn't always have to be like a product of money. It could be a person.
That's where capital is one of this very slippery. It's like because money is liquid capital. It's like dead labor. These are kind of a weird way to put it, but the labor that people put into putting the value into the money, whatever, is now dead when the value is in the money and it gets transferred around, right? So, but that's where it gets very because
Jacqueline
money is
saying good nights. Just
right,
so you know.
No
good
worries.
night, Jacqueline.
Good night, Jack. Thank you. We're getting long show tonight, but thanks for sticking around. But that's a larger point that maybe I'll do some research into, but because money is like the symbol of, it's like this abstract reification thing, but it's also very much materially is the vehicle of exchange value and the power of capitalism and stuff. And so, but yeah, I don't need to, I'm kind of just wasting time now. So
like during slavery, the capital where they enslaved people, that was capital.
And all that, and he's right about all that other stuff. All that other stuff is
you're not
capital.
paying someone a living wage, that's capital too. The people.
But there's a reason why people think of money as like there's a reason why people simplify the concept of capital down to just money, whatever, because it's like the main symbol, the signifier of value,
I hope I'm somewhere in the right spot. I think this is around. I know it was like 30 minutes in.
Well, sure. So now that we're here, we are the fish in water who can't see the manner in which we swim. Let me come to you, Q, since you're in socialist communist HQ reporting from China. You know, is it true? Are there markets where you live? Are you allowed to purchase things and sell things? I mean, what do you make of this distinction between markets and capitalism?
I leave my drab gray apartment block, and then I clock in at the mine, and I work for 12 hours straight. No, it's like, if people knew what life is like outside of the United States, China is like it's the counterexample, because the government will order, for example, petrochemical exporters to simply like close down production. You simply cannot export now. Because of the crisis in fuel prices due to the war waged on Iran. It's very clear here that government controls the markets. That is, like, government supersedes private industry. And in the U.S., it's the complete opposite way around. Private industry supersedes the government, and in many ways owns the government. You look at students who go to school with their uniforms on, and for the most part, they're like jogging suits. When they get to school, they have a lunch provided for them. This isn't just like an optional thing. It's like they go to a cafeteria and they get lunch. That's simply what happens. If they get sick, they go to a hospital. And granted, like they will copay for it, but it's very cheap. The price of food is like, I can't even believe it sometimes when I go to a restaurant, and I pay like $20, and it's a table of people that are sitting there at the table with me. So like when friends and I go out, we might pay the equivalent of like $30 or $40 US. I get on the high-speed rail to go between cities. I might pay the equivalent of like $14 or $15 to travel 115 miles. So the amount of investment that goes back into China's people, it's mind-boggling to see what happens when the government actually cares about the well-being of its people. So for everything that people say about China being authoritarian and that the workers are slaves and this, that, and the third, like, labor exploitation exists pretty much everywhere. And there's examples in China that one can point to, and even the government admits this. It has come down very hard on employers that exploit workers as human capital. But at the same time, the amount of care and investment that goes into the average Chinese person, I mean, it far supersedes what America seems to be capable of right now. I look at what young people are coming out of school with, the education that they have, the knowledge they have, not just, third graders who can recite the periodic table of the elements, but I mean, they have a comprehensive education in world history. They understand the revolutions that happened in Europe, the exploitation that took place in Africa, the Bolivarian Revolution in South America. They understand these things. The amount of education that they have compared to what we get, I don't like to get into these kinds of comparisons because the grass ain't always greener. There's things to criticize about pretty much every country, but I mean, it's head and shoulders above what America seems to be capable of right now, with a fraction of the money that America makes. So I don't know. You are right in that in many ways it's like a fish swimming in water and asking what is water. But when I see conversations like that, and they're saying to each other, well, there's ways to make profits without exploiting. It's like, well, somebody's going to be exploited along the way regardless. That's just simply the way that our world operates. We're not in a global communist revolution. So there, depending on which country you live in, the consumption that you enjoy is going to be at the expense of somebody else who's making less, who's digging the primary products out of the ground, or making the secondary and tertiary products for shipping and export to your market. At the same time, there are much better ways of conducting commerce and trade that doesn't involve bombing countries or politically subverting their government so that they're more favorable to your government and are willing to exploit their own people. I look, for example, like what's happening in West Africa.
Before we get to that part, like, I'm so glad he said that, because this is like, he's just reinforcing what I said earlier about how the government, the government is in control of private companies, whereas in America, private companies are in control of the government. So when the government sees, wait a minute, this company is getting too big, this is becoming exploitative, but we got to break this company down. like you're doing too much. You're doing too much. Not here.
Yeah. And it's basically like the difference between the public-private partnership between fascists and the public-private partnership of communists. They're very different. Basically the opposite, like you're saying. In the communist partnership, it's government in charge of corporations. In the fascists, it's corporations have more sway over the government, so that they can have a cartel that controls the other capitalists.
So XD says bad things from China constantly get amplified and exaggerated outside of China. And doesn't capitalism has to do that because they have to keep their people thinking that these socialist nations they're failing. They like look at them. They need capitalism. If they weren't, that's why they're not succeeding. And China is obviously doing way better than we are, infrastructure wise, with the people. Unc says they also give financial crooks death penalties too. Yeah, I read about that.
Yeah.
Like if you exploit the people as a business owner, they will take you to task for that. Meanwhile, here the company that flooded our community with opioids, none of them went to jail. In fact, they got to further capitalize on us by providing us with Narcan.
Exactly. They always go for the double dip. If you think that they're not really exploiting us, they're exploiting us as many ways as they can. 6 ways till Sunday, right?
6 ways till Sunday. And then another thing he had mentioned that I thought was really interesting, like in a capitalist society, we used to be way more educated in America than people are now, because capitalism realized that, wait, the more educated people are, the harder it's going to be to feed them this bill of goods, this bullshit, and for them to swallow it. So we have to dumb down the education in order to make more little worker bees. Whereas in this society, they understand that education is a part of national security, and they make sure that their children are educated in various ways, not just through their understanding of historical facts, math, science, arithmetic, but also they teach them at a very young age how to cook, like how to learn trades so they can sustain themselves as individuals, and how to value like exercise and physical work.
Right. Well, that's where it's a delicate thing to criticize the education system. There's a lot of people who just want to see it torn down and have more like anarchistic, just nobody educates anybody, and everyone can do private education, There's the thing about, like, we didn't build it, but there's all this this infrastructure in place and this benefit that does come from it, whether it's ethically questionable or whatever. Like the whole thing about the education system, the original purpose of it was to build soldiers and whatnot, and to brainwash people to be workers for capitalism. And that's true, but there's also some very, like you just pointed out, a list of benefits that we get from education that, by doing it in a systematic way, so it's about like harnessing. That's the thing about socialism versus capitalism. We're trying to harness the power of money and use it for good instead of bad, and then eventually maybe neutralize it, would be my hope, that we don't get caught halfway thinking that we've got a better functioning money system, so now we can keep money. Because that is, at the end of the day, we need to get to a moneyless system, a stateless system, and a classless system. Because China's dealt with the contradiction for now by strengthening the state to suppress the power of money, basically, and class interest. But the state is also a problem, right?
Another example I would give is like South Korea. Some countries have mandatory military service for 2 years. So you could either go into the military for 2 years and become trained to defend your nation. This is specifically South Korea. Or you could become a teacher for a minimum of 2 years. But it's like you have to give some contribution back to your society. I thought that was really interesting. Whereas here, it's quote unquote volunteer, but the way they force people to volunteer is through poverty, and people don't have a way out, so they join the military because of all the benefits that they provide to them.
Yeah, and then they get
and they just hope they don't have to go to get deployed.
And then we treat everyone who joined the military as if they're the same, as if there are a bunch of psychopaths who do it because they want to, but there's a whole lot of people who are conscripted through poverty. So I do have to get walking, Bella. So if you want to keep watching this, or
yeah, I'll keep watching it. Yeah, we still have a nice amount of people here, and I think this is an interesting combo. So
yeah, it'll be a little long tonight. It was a long show, but as long as you're down to carry on.
So let me do my thing. Bella!
Ready to go, Bella?
Here she comes. Hey, Bella. You ready to go?
Yep, she's been quietly trying to get my attention for about 15 minutes. So.
Okay. Well, go ahead, do your thing.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Be back.
All right, so here we go. Oh, yeah, Kieran. I didn't see that one. Classrooms for conformity. Exactly. So here we go. So let me pull it back a little bit because he's taking that comparison to China. It looks like he's about to talk about West Africa. So here we go.
Free products for shipping and export to your market. At the same time, there are much better ways of conducting commerce and trade that doesn't involve bombing countries or politically subverting their government so that they're more favorable to your government and are willing to exploit their own people. I look, for example, like what's happening in West Africa. The amount of human capital that is like the not just the labor, but the intelligence, the ingenuity of people in Nigeria, Ghana, Mali, Burkina Faso, and so forth, where you have some governments that have recognized the value of their people, that is the Sahelian Confederation, and then some governments that continuously exploit and spread corruption throughout their countries. These are the countries that are.
I'm shocked that he added Nigeria into that because they are that's a puppet country for sure. And the people are very propagandized there to love America and all America has to offer. So I don't really consider them part of the Sahel region because of their ideological beliefs. But that's just me. If you guys think differently, put it in the chat. Let me know what you think.
Are favorable to the U.S. That is, the U.S. wants not only countries that are willing to exploit their people to provide cheap labor, but they do the same thing internally. The United States loves, and this is not just the U.S., this is the U.S., it's Canada, the U.K., it's Western economies, love when minority communities, particularly Black communities, because of the amount of global cultural soft power that we're able to exercise, they love it when we not only exploit our own people, but then spread the message among our own people that capitalist exploitation is somehow going to produce a net positive. That if you
all right, Unc, thanks for stopping by. Unc gotta go feed his fat ass. Peace and love to you too. All right. Ooh, did I go back too far? Here we go. Here we go.
odd years, and I'm not really sure what it's done for us. I saw a clip this morning, for example, of LeBron James making jokes to a bunch of white guys about how the NBA needs to move the Memphis Grizzlies to from Memphis to Nashville because he doesn't like playing in Memphis. And it's like, this is a historically Black city that, you know, that just like Jay-Z got it out the mud. Memphis as a community got it out the mud. And then you have this black billionaire athlete joking about how the NBA needs to take the team away from this self-made black city and then transfer it to Nashville. That is the ultimate result of black capitalism, is that you have rich black bourgeoisie who are in alignment with white capital and will casually make jokes about robbing black people of our own birthrights.
Yeah,
Can I just add very quickly? Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. I stepped on it. Sorry, my bad.
Well, no, I was just making a joke, but also was going to bring in the Megan Day article I mentioned earlier, titled "The Working Class Can't Be Bought Off Quite So Easily," where she talks about this reference to Jay-Z in the Epstein files pertaining to sports leagues, where as the story goes, he was instrumental to getting cultural buy-in in the community in Brooklyn to building the Barclays Center there, with the idea that the benefits of the building being there were going to trickle down to the predominantly black neighborhood it was in. And moreover, in this particular email in the Epstein files, it's a conversation between Jess Staley, the former CEO of the global finance company Barclays, saying, quote, "You want to know why we are not in Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's all about hip blacks and hip cars with white women. The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z."
If you're a coach or a consultant or an author or a course creator, even an influencer, and you're not using AI to buy back time, to leverage that time, to go faster in today's world.
Shots fired.
And this is for you.
All right, here we go.
Now, it's not the worst reason to be in the Epstein files, but it's not good. And I would add to that the controversy he and Beyonce were in about a year ago when he and Beyonce and Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump were all seated next to each other at this, I think it was a criminal justice fundraiser. And there are these questions about what is the core of your message? What is the validity of your authenticity? Who are you friends with and who are you fighting for if you are willing to rub shoulders with the offspring of the fascists that you're ostensibly working against with your criminal justice efforts? This is Jay-Z. And yet, to your point, I don't think it was you, Q, just saying this, has enormous cultural buy-in and cachet among the Black community and the broader international community because of Black American cultural value. Jared, I'm sorry. I'm going to come back to you.
No, my bad. I was just wanting to point out that in the article or the interview that started all of this, the GQ Jay-Z piece, he points out in that interview, he makes the point something to the effect that the shortcomings of Black entrepreneurialism and Black capitalism, even as we've been all discussing, quite expertly doing that switch, Brianna, that you talked about, where he can in midstream switch back to the other side. So he then says that it's important to see himself as this Black entrepreneurial success story, but that he acknowledges, but you have to make deals with whites. You have to make deals with the white corporate world because there's only so much you can do, and this, that, and the third. So I'm saying that.
Wait, I thought he said that he wasn't.
Oh shit, looks like Abby dropped it. I was just about to walk out the door. It took me a minute to get dog ready. But I will hang out here with you until she gets back. I guess her stream crashed, whatever. I was listening though. That was really great commentary from all these. I think they're on fire. This panel there tonight. I wanted to. Oh, there we go. Here she comes. I was gonna say I wanted to mention that Mr. Jared Ball there, if you guys remember, had some beef with RBN at one point, and I'm not sure if Abby knows that or not, but here she comes, slowly but surely. Here we go. Hey, are you back?
Look, I heard you because Black Life is in there, so I could hear the TV, and I heard your voice. I was like, "Oh, thank goodness!" it just crashed.
Yeah, no, shit happens. So hopefully that doesn't happen while I'm out, because I'm not sure how long the stream will go. I guess if I'm here backstage, the stream should go as long as nobody hits the button end stream. Or
right, as long as you're backstage, yeah.
All right, good.
So if it happens again, I could just jump back on,
but it would be dead silence. It'd be awkward. We'd lose.
Oh, some people left. They were like, "Oh, they thought it was over. It's not over."
Who wants to sit there and see how long it takes for the show?
I know.
Anyway, I gotta get going now. I'll be back. All right. You good?
Okay.
You good? Sorry.
I'm good. Thank you. So,
oh, you need to call that video back up. You got it?
Yeah, I am. I just thought it was very interesting what she was saying about, what he was saying about that he couldn't have done that without white people. And I said, this harkens back to what he was saying about no one, I don't like that word allow. No one allowed me. Yes, they did. You were allowed to become the Jay-Z billionaire that you are. You were allowed. Don't get it twisted. And don't try to gaslight us into thinking anything different. Like we don't understand the system that we are working within. So that's all I want to say.
What is the validity of your authenticity? Who are you friends with and who are you fighting for if you are willing to rub shoulders with the offspring of the fascists that you're ostensibly working against with your criminal justice efforts? This is Jay-Z. And yet, to your point, I don't think it was you, Q, just saying this, has enormous cultural buy-in and cachet among the Black community and the broader international community because of Black American cultural value. Jared, I'm sorry. I'm going to come back to you.
No, my bad. I was just wanting to point out that in the article or the interview that started all of this, the GQ Jay-Z piece, he points out in that interview, he makes the point something to the effect that the shortcomings of Black entrepreneurialism and Black capitalism, even as we've been all discussing, quite expertly doing that switch, Brianna, that you talked about, where he can in midstream switch back to the other side. So he then says that it's important to see himself as this Black entrepreneurial success story, but that he acknowledges, but you have to make deals with whites. You have to make deals with the white corporate world because there's only so much you can do, and this, that, and the third. So I'm saying that the role that you're now describing is this intermediary role, this neo-colonial bourgeoisie role that he has been tasked with and successful in navigating for a long time, which is, again, I think it works perfectly that the Budden podcast would be largely in support of that because they're doing the exact same thing. They are positioned as a podcast exactly the same way, being a Black-facing, Black cultural product that has a lot of white investment, corporate overlord investment and influence over, and CEO management of included. So, and the protection of their copyright. So I'm curious how you all are going to get away with these clips, and good luck with that. But they have that Quarter Lab group that they work with is pretty intense with chasing down. So my point is that going back even to the initial claim, all of this is in service to a broader political economy, a broader structure that rewards those who promote and generate both financial and cultural wealth for them. And this is, we're trying to clean up the mess here. This is what we're here to do.
Well, funny addition, because you brought up Barclays, Brianna. There's the Barclays Center. How did Barclays earn its capital? Its predecessor, Colonial Bank, members of its boards owned slave plantations. Exactly. David Barclay also owned a slave plantation in Jamaica. So it's kind of good. Like it's how it's this argument becomes circular. Where do the capitalists get their capital? And in many cases, just like the Barclays Center, They got it from slavery.
But they want us to sit in delusion. Like, I swear, it's an insult to our intelligence as people who are who read to comprehend, who try to have an understanding of the world around us. And they're sitting here telling us, don't believe what you see, don't believe what you've investigated for yourself. Believe what I say. No, I don't work that way. It don't work that way.
I was literally trying to do the thought experiment at one point listening to this, like, okay, devil's advocate, is there a non-exploitative way to get a bunch of capital? Like, and the best I could come up with was taking your own sieve and going out west and panning for gold and striking it rich. Not having anybody to do it.
But hold on, but you go out west. We're out west in California, and who was living on the Californian soil before the prospectors got there?
You got me. You got me. That was the best I could do. That was the best I could come up with. You like trip and fall on a giant natural resource.
I love when she tries to play. She does that a lot. I'm just gonna play devil's advocate, and when you hear her say that, it's about to be juicy.
Black gold.
The best way to do
style,
it, the best way for us to do it is to have a movement that strips the wealth from those billionaires. That's how we get capital in a non-exploitative way.
And can I say this? I mean, I hope I'm not like jumping ahead too much, but a lot of the podcast hosts, their whole thing is couched in, we're being realistic. Like, all right, you can talk about your leftist dreams. We're pragmatic. We're taking advantage of this system. But it's like, okay, let's talk about what's real. And again, I think this conversation intersects with a more common refrain of like Black small business ownership, not becoming a billionaire, but that being a route towards, advancing Black interests. Most small businesses fail, first of all. Most small businesses structurally cannot pay their workers a good wage, meaning even if they wanted to, the profit margins are too small, can't provide good health insurance, good benefits, things like that. Most Black-owned small businesses employ like less than 9 people. So it's not like there's all these people benefiting from it. Capitalism as a system, I think even if you Google it, you will find this. It is set up that most people will not be capitalists. So if you're talking about a way out for most Black people, there's no way everyone's going to be a capitalist or a business owner. Most people are going to be workers. And historically, and the empirical data shows this, the best way we've had so far in this country for, what do you want to say, shrinking the racial wealth gap or advancing workers' economic interests has been through trade unions and social welfare policy. A lot of people will be surprised by this, but the racial wealth gap actually shrunk a lot in the 1940s. And the big reason why was because you had a combination of a full employment economy, essentially, the large growth of trade unions that were finally letting in Black workers, New Deal social policies. All of these things were imperfect. It wasn't perfect for Black workers, but that's where you have found the most, again, I don't think it's healthy to talk about wealth. It's not like people getting rich, but some stability, some economic progress. You look at today, with the DOGE cuts, what has been the biggest impact on Black female unemployment has been the DOGE cuts, because Black workers are in the public sector. And these are heavily union jobs that provide job stability, good benefits. So if you want to talk about being real for most people on this planet, what has been the route to achieve, some kind of modest stability? It has been things like unions, social policy, that's been the realistic route. And it's just a fantasy to think that all Black people are just going to own their own business and it's going to be great, because the record is pretty bad on that point.
I think that's a really important point. It comes up frequently, this idea that Mark and people who are critical of billionaires the way Mark is doing are somehow in denial of the way that the world is. There's a name of that logical fallacy. It's like appeal to tradition. Well, that's just the way it is. And you just want ponies and rainbows. I want to also flag that this is not obviously just a Black thing. There were a couple of clips that went viral in the last couple of weeks of billionaires trying to rationalize their existence, because as frustrating as this Joe Budden podcast conversation is, there is a broader, increasing openness to the idea that billionaires should not in fact exist, and now they're playing a certain degree of defense. I don't know if you saw these. One was Jamie Dimon, the head of, was it JP Morgan, pushing back against Bernie's 5% billionaire wealth tax.
First of all, JP Morgan was heavy in the slave trade. Heavy. So they got their breakthrough exploitation as well. But I digress. Okay, they're pushing back on Bernie.
Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
And so what do people say? What do you say to people like Bernie Sanders, who says it every day, 20 times a day, billionaires and millionaires don't pay their fair share?
I don't know what he means by fair share. I've listened to that my whole life, and I don't know what he means. I mean, I think that we could acknowledge there are flaws and attack the flaws. I don't think just taxing someone is going to attack the flaws. As a matter of fact, I don't think most American citizens believe that if we taxed $1 trillion more and sent it down to Washington, D.C., that the country would be worse off. I think what they believe is that money be given out to special interest groups and the friends of this politician, that politician. We need policy that drives growth, and that's regulatory policy. I think immigration policy. We should allow more merit-based and path to citizenship. I think we should double the earned income tax credit. Like literally, if you are making $14,000 or $15,000 a year, that the government give you 12, not just 6. And I think that would put money in the hands of people working. It would be better social outcomes, more home ownership, less crime, less recidivism. That first rung in the ladder leads to the second rung, and the money would be spent in their local communities.
His plan is the earned income tax credit. So he wants you to make more worker bees, because that's a big problem in the United States. People aren't having children. That was the big thing with abortion. Like, okay, they kill 2 birds with 1 stone, whereas they satisfied evangelicals' fake need. This abortion concept was implanted into them as propaganda. So now they feel like they're doing the Lord's work. But really what you're doing the work of is capitalism, because you're forcing people to have more little worker bees. And yeah, let's just keep it going.
Do you have Trump accounts?
Yes, I think it's a great idea.
Wait. Trump accounts.
Jamie Dimon has an estimated net
Trump
worth
accounts.
If you are making $14,000 or $15,000 a year, that the government give you 12, not just 6. And I think that would put money in the hands of people working. It would be better social outcomes, more home ownership, less crime, less recidivism. That first rung in the ladder leads to the second rung, and the money would be spent in their local communities.
Do you like the idea of Trump accounts?
Yes, I think it's a great idea.
Trump accounts. So I think that's HSA accounts, I think is what he's talking about, which is already here. Like Trump all he does is take a concept that is already here, tears it down, messes it up, and then brings back the same concept, but renames it after himself. I mean, he did that with the Iran nuclear deal with Obama. He's trying to do that with Obamacare or the ACA. Name it Trump Care. Same concepts, just tear it down, rip it apart, revitalize it, and rename it to me. Because he has no plans. That was really interesting, because he doesn't mention BlackRock at all as a reason why people can't afford homes. Like, it's all surface. It's all surface and it's all lies. And they think, well, a lot of people don't understand these things. But there's some of us who do, that are in the chat, that I see in other chats that we all frequent together. Like, we just got to keep talking about it and get more people getting a basic understanding like we have. That's the goal, right? That's the goal of what we're doing. So you guys do great work in the chats, and these podcasts do great work on the panel. So y'all keep it up. Hi, Indy. Quick little break here. We had a wonderful conversation with Indy yesterday. So if you hadn't caught that, go back and take a look. I enjoyed myself. It was really fun. So shout out to Indy from Indie News Network. He's one of the people we were talking about that's doing the work to counteract the things that we're hearing on these stations, because they think that we don't have the intellectual capability to comprehend anything past what they're feeding us. But that's not true, is it? No, it's not true. Aw. All right, here we go.
And
Jamie Dimon has an estimated net worth of approximately $2.8 billion. Warren Gunnels, Bernie's chief of staff, I guess, replied to this clip saying under Bernie's 5% billionaire wealth tax, Jamie Dimon would owe $135 million in taxes. He'd still have $2.57 billion in wealth, and every senior would get dental, vision, and hearing benefits. Seems pretty fair for the CEO of a bank fined $27 billion for fraud and $290 million for the Epstein scandal. JP Morgan, of course, was the bank that financed Jeffrey Epstein's transactions.
And they have so much money that they put those fines in their contingency funds, because they'd rather pay the fine than fix the problem, because they're banking on the fact that they don't get caught. But if they get caught, they know they're not going to jail. It's not like China, right? Right, Mousy, right, Sean? It's not like China where they'll, actually it was Uncle Warren. It's not like China where they will execute your ass for exporting the people at that kind of capacity. They just got to pay a little extra money. And if they just make so much money that the fine is just a drop in the bucket. So if it's a drop in the bucket to be exploitative, why can't it be a drop in the bucket to actually improve the society in which you live in? But I digress. Here we go.
All right. In America, you know those memes in China, in North Korea, with a, comely woman. In America, a billionaire will get on national television and whine about having a 5% tax on his billions of dollars. I see you smiling, Q. Have you ever seen anything like it? How many billionaires are in China?
I mean, there are billionaires in China, but there are billionaires in China.
Tax them all away. I saw some stat that it was like China only has it has the second highest number of millionaires in the world, but no billionaires or something like that.
No, there are. But here's the thing: their wealth in a lot of ways doesn't actually belong to them. So the wealth is mostly tied up in the companies they manage. They can't just flee the country. So if a billionaire, for example, or even somebody with hundreds of millions of dollars to their name wants to abscond the country, they simply can't do that, because where are they going to move their money? There are some rich people in China that have slowly been trying to move the money out of the country into Singapore, South Korea, etc. But they've ended up leaving because they find the system oppressive to them. They don't get to keep as much of their money as they would normally want to keep. People ask me all the time, well, whatever happened to Jack Ma? Jack Ma, that is the former CEO of Alibaba. And, I find this so instructive, and I think it's just something that Western countries need to be able to do. Was when a multi-billionaire or a very powerful tech oligarch decides that they want to essentially create a parallel economy, or they want to rival the power of the government with the help of their friends in the industry. The government says, absolutely not. This is not going to happen. We're going to strip you of your titles and your wealth. We're going to make sure that you pose no threat to the greater social order. So yeah, does China have billionaires, and does China have centimillionaires? Yes. Are they able to exercise the kind of power that a Jamie Dimon can exercise in the United States? Absolutely not. Can't be.
And that's what we were talking about, how in China, the government controls the private corporations and make sure they aren't getting out of hand. In America, the private corporations control the government. It's like completely reversed. And that is the huge issue in America. And when we say when you could still be a socialist and make some profit, you just can't go exploiting people all willy-nilly, like crazy, to the point where you are causing harm to your tribe, because it's supposed to be a tribe. We're supposed to be community. And eventually, I think China is trying to work on even moving from socialism to a pure porn. I said a pure porn, a pure form. Where's my head? I think Bree is getting to me with her little cute self. A pure form of communism, like in a couple of decades. So it takes time, right? So here we go.
Be done.
That's an important point. And I should say, because I know my MMT listeners are going to be upset. They don't like it when Warren Gunnels tweets like this, that of course you don't have to tax to spend on these social programs. And some believe that the better argument against billionaires or for taxing billionaires is exactly to your point, Q, that when anyone has that much money, you can quite literally buy elections and influence the political system. The image of Donald Trump being inaugurated with all the billionaires sitting behind him at the inauguration is pretty instructive. Not that it doesn't also happen on the other side of the aisle, of course. And people like Bloomberg literally buying their way onto the debate stage by being able to gin up the numbers by paying for ads in like cheap southern states, cheap to buy ads, I mean, and literally purchasing a place in our democracy is why you need to tax them out of having that kind of a leverage.
So, Sean, I like your comment. We're such peons. He probably wouldn't even notice us or what have you. But yeah, Michael and him would be amazing to talk. And me, by the way, don't forget about little old me, Sean. Because he does answer some of Michael's questions, but have you noticed those are my answers as well? Like Michael wants to go from this system we have now straight to communism. And the progression just doesn't work that way. That's my humble opinion. It sounds like that's his opinion. Michael and I talk about this a lot. So it would be a crash out noteworthy to see for sure. But yeah, capitalism starts with thank you. Capitalism starts to build the infrastructure. Then once the infrastructure is in place, then you progress into like a socialism. And then once that has run its course and did what it needed to do, then you can graduate into communism. But you definitely have to have the infrastructure in place first. And that form of capitalism, to put the infrastructure in place, doesn't require the level of exploitation that we have here in America. It's not required. But yeah. Who joined? Oh, he joined Nick. Well, Nick has way more subscribers than us. Way more. So I could see him saying that would be like worth his while, right? Like we have a small amount of subscribers. Shout out to Indy for even coming on our show, because we're not there yet. We're building. We are building and growing every day. So we appreciate other podcasters who have way more followers than us, giving us the time of day. Shout out to JB.
Yeah.
For doing that as well.
100%.
We appreciate JB Font. And people like that. Yeah, you missed a little bit, but that's okay. You gotta You gotta roll it back.
Yeah, I
Bill
heard you
is
guys were
good.
saying something. It'd be cool to bring someone on, someone who might have answers to some of my
This guy,
questions.
the guy at the lower right,
Q.
I think his name is Q. Yeah, Q Anthony
Q
Ali, and
Yeah.
he lives in Beijing.
Right, and he used to be from Canada, I guess. I've seen him a little bit on, I think on RBN or something, and on some other places. Maybe I've seen a little bit of him before. I like what I hear from him. I think he's a really smart guy. I might maybe disagree with him on some things. I don't know, probably. But
I mean, we could shoot our shot, Sean. We could shoot our shot and message him on the Twitter and see what he says.
he seems
all
like a
he
nice
could
guy.
do,
Probably
all he
doesn't
could do is
tolerate.
tell us no.
Probably just doesn't tolerate some bullshit from people, or whatever. I'm guessing.
Yeah, all he could do is say no, and what? That's gonna hurt our feelings? No, we're just gonna move on and keep going. All right, so here we go.
But Brianna, can we ask the real question though? Because I think you asked Q the wrong question. The question isn't how many billionaires are in China. The real question should have been how many of those billionaires took knees in front of their vaults after George Floyd was killed, like Jamie Dimon did. Let's be fair. That's the real question that you should ask.
You're right. That's basically reparations.
Oh, here's the other thing too. Here's the other thing that we need to know. China, if they're billionaires engaged in corruption and practices that are against the best interest of the country, they execute their billionaires. They say, "Sorry, bro, you got to go. You're out of here."
They're on their knees for another reason.
The other thing is,
sorry. I'm not for the death penalty.
the podcast.
This is where we differ. Listen, if I think America would be a much better place if they enacted the death penalty strictly for billionaires.
Well, we can have a discussion about that one.
You know,
this is what they're talking about. Bernie's going to behead us in Central Park if he wins. You're saying Chris Matthews was right? Justice for Chris Matthews. He shouldn't have been fired.
No, listen, if Bernie had embraced that as a policy, I think he would have taken the primaries.
Well,
but the podcast bros, they also always they're couching it and they're like, well, they work so hard, these billionaires, so they deserve it. But the other thing is, increasingly, the billionaires today are people who are not even building anything. They're doing it through financialization. They're doing it through taking over a company, laying off workers, buying back their stock, giving themselves bonuses. So I think it.
So he's kind of talking about like private equity firms. Well, some of them. Okay, so some of them purchase. Use their wealth. Most of them is inherited wealth, by the way. Either they grow the company from scratch or they purchase another company. So that is the Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates of the world versus the Elon Musk and RFKs of the world, right?
Right.
Either way, did I just lose? Oh, private equity firms. So that is like a huge thing that's been blowing up over the last decade in America, where these different corporations come together or investors come together, form these private equity firms. They buy a company, and their sole purpose is to suck all the resources out of the company. Let the company go bankrupt, like file bankruptcy, leave all of the workers hanging. Everybody's unemployed now. The company is gone down, and they just run off with the money and look for another company to exploit. It's just a different form of exploitation within the capitalist system. And I don't know who came up with that, because it just popped up out of the blue. Private equity firms.
It's like a Ponzi scheme kind of thing, but a little bit worse, because they're just taking real businesses that didn't have to be a scheme and just fucking ruining them.
And they had to like do some backdoor conversations about how we could do this, because they just popped up out of nowhere under the guise of we're investing in these companies to improve them. to take them to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
The next level is bankruptcy.
And that's part of the if you just work hard and pull yourself up by the bootstraps, you can make it. But what happens to a lot of those are capitalists that are fucking over other capitalists that were working hard to get where they were, thinking that they were bringing on an expert to help them build their business better, and then they got fucking snaked.
Did you know that Bree was the godmother of Glenn Greenwald's children? I had no idea.
No, I didn't know that. Indy's a wealth of information. And
Yeah. That's not even something I would have looked for,
No, but when you're looking at all the connections just to see what the connections are, you find a lot of stuff. So that's where this guy's also from the Jacobin newspaper, whatever online thing, I guess. I don't know if they have.
This guy, Paul?
Yeah, right here on the screen.
Oh, okay, he's from
Jacobin. It's the same kind of thing. They got a little bit of a mixed record, checkered past, but they're still nominally, they're more left. I'd rather try and, this is what I don't understand, the MAGA idea of these people are more hopeless than the reactionary country guy or whatever. It's like, why don't we try working out where people are at fault from either side?
Oh, he's talking about Jacobin. They have a bad past being them sheepdogs. Well, I mean,
that's a red flag. So if they don't want to be on the right side, then they're not, so be it.
So let's see.
It's not justified under any circumstances of being a billionaire, but increasingly now it's like explicitly parasitic what they're doing. No contribution to society, no real contribution to the economy. It's just playing with numbers and making yourself richer.
Well, to that point, maybe we should play this clip of Kevin O'Leary, one of said billionaires. How did he make his money? He's the fellow from Shark Tank.
Yeah,
he's
he
a
made his money.
investor.
He's actually a Canadian. He made his money by selling a tech company. So basically, he took over a tech company and flipped it. And but he doesn't make money. He basically just flips assets. He basically did the Elon Musk route without the public funding.
Well, he has some.
Well, Elon Musk came from wealth. From exploitation.
It's often apples and oranges.
An apartheid loving pedophile father.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to make comparisons.
Advice for all of us about how we could all be millionaires if we just managed our money a little better. Let's take a look at this clip.
You want to be a millionaire at 65, $1.5 million? Take 20% of your salary of $69,000 and put it into the market each week. And don't touch it and just watch it on your phone grow. It goes up and down as the market moves. But generally speaking, the market for the last 150 years has given you anywhere from 8 to 12% annualized every single year. You don't have to guess or pick stocks. You don't know. You just buy an index. That's what the app does.
Does anyone see any issue with?
So that's actually a talking point. No, that's a talking point from another one of his. So before Kevin O'Leary was on Shark Tank, he was on a Canadian show called Dragon's Den. And one of his, Dragon's Den was a very similar show to Shark Tank. I'm pretty sure it preceded Shark Tank, if I'm not mistaken. But Kevin Jolson wrote a book called The Wealthy Barber. And this was basically the Canadian version of like Rich Dad, Poor Dad, in which he basically advocated the use of dollar cost averaging, how like average families can make themselves wealthy through dollar cost averaging. That is like take a certain percentage of your income, invest it into the market, leave it alone, and then watch it grow over time. And I mean, granted, like every financial advisor will give that advice. O'Leary goes a little bit higher. Rather than saying 10%, he says 20%. But the issue is somebody like that has no, like I hesitate to say this on your podcast because I don't want to get you sued. But I mean, for a guy who allegedly, his wife was driving a boat drunk and crashed into somebody else and killed him, and he was able to like get her off by saying it was me driving the boat, and then nothing happened. For a guy who's able to insulate himself from the consequence and his wife from the consequences of their behavior just through dint of the fact that he has so much money, these are people that have no idea what the average person lives like. For a person that's earning $69,000 a year, I mean, you really generally are going to earn that much in the U.S. if you're living in a large city. And as we all know, people in large cities pay very high rents. So on paper, you might be earning $69,000, but then after you've paid your rent, what is your take home? After you've paid your rent, paid for your gas, paid for your utilities, and so on, and your food,
insurance.
what do you even have left? Do you? Yeah, in your health insurance. I'm sorry, I forgot that you guys got to pay for that. We have subsidized, publicly subsidized health insurance. I keep forgetting that. But after you've paid all these expenses, what do you have left over? Practically nothing.
What would you tell a man who's been late to everything?
I didn't know there was so much disdain for Bree in the
Well, because she's kind of not done the revolutionary thing over and over again, so she's rightfully not trusted. So
I used to watch her on The Hill Rising as well. Well, one, I stopped watching The Hill Rising. I don't know, that Indian guy just will rub me the wrong way. The libertarian, I don't know his name, because Sager.
yeah, that guy was annoying.
Yeah, he was just getting on my damn nerves too much.
Well, so was Crystal. I couldn't stand.
Yeah, Crystal was yeah. So I just stopped watching that altogether. I don't even think that's a show anymore. Like Crystal and Kyle do their own thing together, I guess now. But I don't really watch Bad Faith because I don't know, it just doesn't get me like my goat going. Doesn't get me roused up. Even though she is a beautiful lady, I ain't gonna lie. But she's too.
She says a lot of good things, but it's just, I think she's maybe a little too bougie, if you want to put it simply.
I don't know if she's bougie as much as she just grew up in an environment of. I just think that her mannerisms are based on her upbringing and her education. I mean, like, do you consider any of these other three people bougie?
Well, and like Jared Ball's like the academic thing, like this, it's always good. Same thing with Mark Laurent Hill, you know, there's value to the professors with their theories and stuff, but there's a lot of criticism about the intellectuals not really, like, they can talk a lot, but they're not really doing much. And they're often.
Well, I think Jared is making some really good points here.
Exactly. They're all making very good points.
Oh, is it because he has a PhD?
But then, because when you get into the past that we maybe don't know about, like I know more about Bree than any of the other three, so it's kind of hard for me to criticize the rest of them. But
yeah, like Mark has a PhD. Like we can't be like demonizing people for having a higher education.
I'm just like, I'm more of the dirtbag leftist kind of thing compared to all four of these guys, like, because they're, to me, they're a class above me, you know, because they just have more material wealth, even though they're all working class. You know, I'm a little more.
So that bothers you?
It doesn't bother me. It just, well, I mean, in some ways, I feel like their interests, like their position in society, gives them some blind spots as far as to who can be worked with from the lower classes, right?
Miss Macy has an interesting analysis. They all want an Andrew Wang type government that goes absolutely nowhere.
And the thing about
okay, I gotta think about that one.
Q may have moved to China, but I think there's a lot of capitalists that have moved to China because they see the writing on the wall and they find there's a lot more money to be made. Kind of it's just a common sense thing to do. But like Cyrus Jansen comes to mind. He's a Western person who moved to China, but he's more of a propagandist. Cyrus Jansen. Q seems just more like a person who's made a personal decision and he seems to be a socialist. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to go help the people I think build a society who are building it right, compared to waste my time with people in the West who are busy talking about stuff and not doing anything, you know?
So this is also an interesting analysis because what Indy is saying is making me think of Simone Sanders, because she was his campaign spokesperson, and she was saying all the things for Bernie until Bernie got knocked out of the race. And then she quickly became Joe Biden's spokesperson. And I was just like, wait a minute. So you actually don't believe any of this. You're just going where the money flows. Because how can you be a spokesperson for Joe Biden and then just quickly switch it up as a spokesperson? I mean, I'm sorry, a spokesperson for Bernie Sanders. And just on the drop of a dime, switch it up to become a spokesperson for Joe Biden. They are like, the message is this far away from each other, supposedly. You know what I mean?
You can criticize capitalism, but if the paycheck matters more, then it doesn't really matter what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that whole, well, shoot, Jimmy Dore so he says she was part of Forced to Vote and supported March for Medicare for All, but that was the end of it. I mean, that was the end of it for Jimmy Dore too.
See, I would say if we had an organization,
it's over.
If we had an organization and they wanted to join, I would say they're free to join, but not. I wouldn't want to have them in any kind of leadership. I would say, considering your past as making like bad judgment, character judgment, whatever, with the people you decided to work for, I think you should work for us and learn from us instead of expect us to sit here and be told what to think. Or, you know what I mean?
Indy says she just had Jimmy on this week. So did Nick Cruz. Nick Cruz just had Jimmy on this week.
After a while, you're just part of the
busy
crowd.
week for Jimmy, huh?
Part of the crew, you know. They're watching each other's back in a way, and then they're not. Maybe in their minds they're independent media, but to me, they're not worrying enough about like guilt by association.
We still have to we still have to explore that and talk about that, because I'm not sure if it's like not great to have them on. It's just
it's how you do it.
Pushback that you give them when they're on. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But we're such small peons that don't even matter. So let me just keep going. Oh wait,
we were dragging him this idea that they weren't paying 40% of their rent to these education costs, healthcare costs, rent costs, and had all this disposable income. But this also leads to this important point that comes up again and again: this conflation between millionaires and billionaires. And I think people's real inability to conceptualize what $1 billion really is. I've read this off a bunch of times. I'm going to do it one more time because it just really, the defensiveness around, oh, billionaires should be allowed to exist, I think goes out the window when you realize just how much more than a billion is. So 1 million seconds is 11.5 days. 1 billion seconds is 31.7 years. 11 days, 31 years. These are orders of magnitudes of difference. And when you look at visual aids that show like this is a grain of rice that's worth this much, and now it's a bag of rice. I mean, it really is orders of magnitude difference. And it really begs the question, like, how much extra money do people need? Let's push through with a little bit more of this clip, because this next bit coming up is pretty spicy and good and gets into this question of forms of government and what capitalism really is and what alternatives really exist.
Oh, that sucks.
Okay, let's pause it there.
It's a little harder.
There's so much confusion going on. I love how he jumps in to be like, well, no, actually, caveman, that's survival. That's not profit. It's like, oh my God, there's just so much going on.
There's a lot. Okay, I think it was you actually, Paul, who brought up this the role.
This is like, we've already watched this, right? I mean, when she talks about cavemen, they already discussed that.
That's from the debate that we couldn't watch, but we listened on the.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Okay. So that means that everybody who's watching knows what they're talking about from the Joe Budden podcast. Oh, they
If
were
you're
saying
confused,
caveman was for survival.
yeah, if you're confused and you tuned in and you missed that part, rewind and or start from the beginning, and hopefully you'll find the part that gives context to this part that they're about to talk about.
That framing Mark's argument as idealistic is playing. And I want to pair that with something else that comes up in this clip, which is the idea that we all have different standards of what it means to live a good life. And it's not fair to hold me in the West and the imperial core to living my life in a way, or to judging almost paternalistically is the implication, somebody in Indonesia who wants to make my Nikes for me, right? Who is profiting, who is able to sustain their families on the slave labor that Nike will pay them for their wages.
Hey, Rebecca, this is John calling.
Okay, let me skip.
Committed to defending capitalism, and any point they hear about.
I'm gonna go back a second.
Almost paternalistically is the implication, somebody in Indonesia who wants to make my Nikes for me, right? Who is profiting, who is able to sustain their families on the slave labor that Nike will pay them for their wages.
What's clear is like they're committed to defending capitalism, and any point they hear about something bad is, oh well, that's not capitalism. Like, oh no, well that's greed, or that's just like these people being bad. That's not capitalism. Like, oh no, that's giving corporations privileges over people. That's not capitalism. It's like, well, that's kind of the whole game here. And also the inability to kind of think beyond what is. So if there's a country where children work in a factory and they're paid shit wages and all this sort of thing, it can't be because they're forced to do that and they have to do it. It must be like, oh well, that's just their culture. They like it. We in the West, how could we ever understand? They must be built different. We're not built that way. They can be in a factory 12 hours a day.
The noble savage of factory working.
Right.
of child labor.
It's just this built-in acceptance of whatever is, it must be that way because it's good and right. Who am I to change what God has laid down on this earth? But yeah, they just kind of worm their way out of everything by being like, well, that's not actual capitalism. Well, it's the reality of how capitalism has functioned since it's been. So I don't know what you want to refer to here. And granted, and I do think it was helpful for Mark to say.
Go ahead.
That's something that I heard about from people who talk about like philosophy and stuff. It's called the is-ought problem. It's when he's saying about how they're constantly defending, well, this is the way that things are, as if you can't. I think if you rewind it a little bit, he'll say it kind of more explicitly or whatever, like the way that things are as opposed to the way things like could be, and then so we're not allowed to talk about what could be because of the way that things are. Whenever you encounter that frame, that kind of a discussion, it is the is-ought problem, which is the question of whether moral statements about what ought to be can be inferred from objective statements about what is, which is first articulated by David Hume in the 18th century.
So this is just it's just like a repurposing of what they were saying on the Joe Budden podcast. I'm definitely seeing more socialism from the two on the right than the one above Bree. It's like kind of got it in them, but
yeah, I don't know anything about the Paul Prescott. Yeah.
Okay. Back up a little bit.
Built-in acceptance of whatever is, it must be that way because it's good and right. Who am I to change what God has laid down on this earth? But yeah, they just kind of worm their.
Oh, well, maybe he's saying like that's their argument, not.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He's talking about the is-ought problem as the thing that they're kind of the problem.
Well, I take back what I said before. Then.
Yeah, no. He's making a good point here. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that now. I got confused for a second.
Way out of everything by being like, well, that's not actual capitalism. Well, it's the reality of how capitalism has functioned since it's been. So I don't know what you want to refer to here. And granted, and I do think it was helpful for Mark to say there are different models, you know, like China, you know, there's still markets in place. You can look at Sweden, you know, there's still capitalism happening on some level. There's different ways to organize it. But at its root, you know, the US is kind of performing capitalism the way it was, you know, designed to be. So to just say that's not capitalism is kind of a cop-out.
It also, I mean, to me, it's also a fascinating exploration into the success of post-World War II U.S. propaganda, where the manufacturing community in this country, by design, in their own language, use the phrase "reconquer America" in terms of re-promoting the free market fundamental mythology that was meant to drag the labor force in this country away from recognizing and being reminded of how well they did, to Paul's previous point, in large part because the U.S. government got involved during the war in running the economy, and it did well for wages and production. And to get people off of that, the manufacturing community went into a massive propaganda campaign that included even I was fascinated just to learn about a year ago that Milton Friedman's Capitalism and Freedom was a well-funded book meant to compete by design with the popularity of the Communist Manifesto. So it was like, we need a way to explain capitalism the way this Marx dude has found to explain socialism and communism. And you know, so the point being that to hear in 2026 young, relatively black men in this discussion, you know, talking about the value and the beauty from the beginning of this country of a free market. I mean, you know,
it's insanity. That's what it is.
Yep,
like to hear that coming out of the mouth.
That's where I was just saying it's like gaslighting. Oh,
hold on, someone's at my door.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna hit play. Okay, I'll be right back.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Never mind the infinite amount of incorrect framing of that and definition of that. But that it's just being re-promoted again in this way is fascinating and also disturbing. But yeah,
and Mark said, "You were slaves, dog. you were the human capital." He tried so hard, it's not quite getting through. I also think this section made me think of the value of making commitments to universal rights and basic fundamental human rights principles. And the way that America, pretty uniquely in the world, oftentimes with Israel, refuses to subscribe to UN promulgated declarations of human rights, precisely because they aren't willing to commit to the idea that profits shouldn't come before whether someone has access to the basic Maslow's hierarchy of needs on the other side of the world, won't sign on to the rights of the child because we won't fundamentally provide housing, healthcare, et cetera, as a human right in our own country. Famously, just last week, I think it was, Israel and the United States wouldn't sign on to the whatever declaration about the transatlantic slave trade being bad because of what the implications would be, I think, for reparative justice, et cetera, et cetera. I want to push on a little bit longer. So let's just push and listen to a little bit more of this.
I'm not sure how long this is, how long we're going to go with it, but
Canada wasn't... Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Jared.
Just before I forget, this is the one thing I didn't catch it the first couple times I saw this. This is the one thing I actually disagree with Mark on. These social welfare or safety net programs were evolved not to keep capitalism at bay. They were evolved and imposed by the state to keep labor and socialism at bay. It was to keep revolution from occurring. These little bits of handouts that people still fight so much about today. But sorry, but I just wanted to, before I forgot again.
No, I think that's right. And probably what Mark intended, but yeah.
No, I really hate when people do that. They say things like, you know, the schools are socialism, the roads are socialism, the post office is socialism. It's like, no, this is how a capitalist economy runs. There has to be some concessions made to the workers to keep their lives at least tolerable so that they don't rise up and overthrow. even the New Deal, like a lot of sorry, I don't want to step on any toes here, Paul, because I know that you're a big fan of the New Deal, but even the New Deal itself was a massive concession to labor, and it in itself was an anti-communist move. Yeah, for the most part, to white labor, because it did. That is the National Labor Relations Act did exclude Black workers, primarily the agricultural and domestic workers, from the benefits. But these are concessions to the workers to stop.
What's going on in here?
He was
I'm
just
seeing
saying
in chats about Alex Jones and alien frogs. What?
that's just
What did I
Ghislaine
miss?
Maxwell. Just Ghislaine Maxwell being, her creepy self.
Oh, that was my mom, by the way.
Oh, no worries. He was just saying something about he hates when people talk like, oh, well, schools are socialism, roads are socialism, but that's not how it works. That's the capitalist system needs stuff to make capitalism work or whatever. I would add to that, capitalism also needs government and the law to legalize the capitalist structure. And so when you get government services, and that's part of legitimizing the capitalism.
There's still like an hour to go on this. I don't think we're gonna make it. I'm getting
No,
tired.
I don't. Yeah, I didn't mean to try and cover all of it, especially when we tried to. We could have done the whole. Had they not had the clips cut out of it, we could have just covered this.
Covered that, yeah. And
But
thank you for
around
your thank you for your the work you did, because then we would have been because like I said before, I thought we were just going to do a blind react, and everything was going to be in this podcast. And so I'm glad you went and looked ahead just in case, because you kind of saved the show tonight by doing that extra work of going to find the podcast that they were talking about to get to this point. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. No, it wasn't exactly super hard. It didn't take that long. So, but that's where I kind of I looked into it thinking the same thing as you, and I was like, oh crap, we got a problem.
Yeah,
Luckily, it was easily found. So.
Yeah. All right.
But if you're ready to wrap up, or if you wanted to play a little bit longer, I don't know, to find a nice exit spot or what.
Okay, we could find an exit spot. I'm just getting tired.
Or we could say our goodbyes and then play it for the next 5-10 minutes and then find an exit spot to put the music on if you want.
Oh, okay. We could do that.
Okay, hang on. I got the dog barking. You go ahead, say your words first.
Who is Alex Jones? Oh, okay. Good night, Wesley. Yeah, I don't really have much to say, but I thought we had a really interesting week this week, with the Tuesday discussion, Indy on Wednesday, and this today. So I'm pretty pleased with some of the information that we've covered and discussed this week. I hope it helped some of you out there, gave you a different perspective, or reinforced some things that you were thinking. Who knows? But that's what we're here for.
It's been a busy. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, sir. I didn't want to cut you off.
That's okay. I was just going to say we'll see you on Tuesday again.
Mm-hmm.
For the open discussion, and then Thursday at 5 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was
That's
just going
all I
to say it's been a very busy, crazy start to the year. But I've been very appreciative of these last few weeks and month or so. I've been feeling like making a lot of progress and learning a lot of, like, we're not just spinning our wheels and being confused by all the propaganda. It feels to me like we're starting to understand things a little bit better. I don't know about you, but I'm grateful for all you guys helping, tuning in, keeping the show something worthwhile and giving your comments, your feedback. It helps me know kind of, where we're getting it right and what we need to work on. So hopefully,
and we're learning from the chat too.
Yeah.
So we're all just students. We're all students here. So it's much appreciated, y'all. Any bad cookies?
Yeah. Well, and hopefully tonight was a little bit more entertaining, considering we weren't so much reading articles in such a dry way. That can get a bit boring. So.
All right, y'all. I'll let it play for a little while longer, and then we'll be out. We love you, fam.
Have a good night. Have a good weekend. See you next time. Love you guys.
Up the bourgeois and the capitalists from being slaughtered wholesale. Socialism is not simply creating social programs. Creating a social program is just a byproduct of functioning within any kind of socioeconomic system at all. The question of socialism isn't, do we create social programs? This is a necessity. If you have no social programs, you don't have an educated populace. If you don't have any kind of educated populace, you really don't have workers. What socialism is where do the excess profits from the benefit of labor, where does it go? Where does all of this money in the market go? Does it get siphoned upwards towards the richest people functioning within that economy, or do they get redistributed to the workers? And people think of redistribution as simply taking money away from rich people and just putting it in the hands of poor people. That's not how that works. It's certainly not how it works here in China. What they do have are very good schools. They have amazing infrastructure. Every time I sit on a high-speed rail train, I think to myself, like, if this were only possible in Canada, or if it were only possible in the United States. They have the infrastructure. They have their national defense. They have they have some of the best colleges in the world. People here talk about sending their children to go to school in the US, Canada, the UK, and I'm thinking to myself, if people in the US, Canada, and the UK knew how good the schools are here, you'd have the opposite effect. People would be rushing out of higher education in Western countries to go here in China. Their healthcare, their health development, agriculture, like being able to create the abundance of food in this country that came from having soil that was in many ways unforgiving to workers. Like the amount of human development that's possible in a socialist country is just leaps and bounds ahead of what has been made possible in these capitalist countries. All that is where does the money, where does it go after the profits have been made? Do the richest people get to keep it, or does it get reinvested in the people and the economy to bring up the collective quality of life?
And I'll jump in here. One thing I really hate, and this happens all the time, especially with healthcare, and you saw it in the podcast, is someone will reference basically any other country in the world. You could probably say the healthcare system is better. And then someone will say, well, there's this one problem with it. And because this one problem, therefore, our clearly inferior healthcare system, we should just stick with that. It's like, and it's always whatever, in 1987, someone waited in a line really long in France. And therefore, it's always the most ridiculous sort of evasion of dealing with the fact that, like, okay, whatever you want to call it. And I think it's fair to point out, like single payer healthcare looks very different in different countries. You have national health system in the UK, you have different models of doing it, and you can still criticize different models, but it's clearly superior in the outcomes than ours, so why quibble over those things? But again, it was this thing of like, well, it's not socialism because, there's some money involved. It's like, okay, again, this is where I think Mark was right. I think especially to a US audience where we're starting at a very low baseline, to kind of look at it like a spectrum. All right, it's not full socialism, but it's way more socialist than what we have. And what we're looking at is a socialist kind of policy that is making things better for people. Isn't this something that we would want to do,
Yeah.
Also need to keep in mind that I just wanted to add one quick thing, Paul, which is that with Canada and the UK, with Canada, we have our public healthcare system. The UK has the NHS. But, when you talk about like the lines being long, or I'm not really sure where he got the idea that if
they're really long in the US too.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say.
The lines are long, but these these have been under attack for decades. They're premiers of provinces who are pretty much they're in the pocket of big oil. They're in the pocket of banks, and they want to privatize our healthcare industry. So they have been dismantling the healthcare sector in Canada and the UK for decades. So what you're seeing is, if you're seeing people waiting a long time in hospital in the ERs or to get MRIs and so on, that's because they've been so heavily defunded and under-resourced that they're trying to destroy these systems so that people are begging for privatization. This is the end result of starving these systems. This is not simply the nature of these systems.
And you heard it in the Jamie Dimon clip. What does he say? He says, do we want to tax the billionaires and then send $1 trillion to Washington so that they can squander it away? We see how poorly managed X, Y, and Z program is. There's no point in taxing me because the government is bad. At the same time that they support Doge and all of these deregulatory actions that, of course, make the outcomes bad. They defund the post office and then complain about how long it takes for the mail to arrive. So yes, that's part of what was so pernicious about that clip. And then also this idea that people aren't waiting in the United States of America. If anything, the difference is an American won't even go in the first place because they don't want the bill and they'll just die in their house. They don't want the ambulance bill, so they don't die in the waiting room. They'll die in their house.
Just an anecdote.
Also, Jamie Dimon, who is the friend that the government officials that the Congress people are giving the money away to? Who are the people that who are the people that are across the bro? It's you, the friend of the people in government. That's you and your buddies. What do you mean?
Yeah, the last part of that clip was just this weird argument that, like, it's not just the US that's bad. It's like I'm not making fun of your sister. Like, you don't have to be so defensive. Yeah, lots of places are bad and capitalist. Lots of places are bad and capitalist because America did wars of intervention to prevent them from adopting any other system. And yeah, capitalism, the argument is that not that America, your mommy that you're like weirdly protective of, is uniquely bad, but that there's a systemic problem here that Mark keeps coming back to time and time again to try to get you to have some appetite for remedying. Okay.